stop me now. No one can 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 stop me now.
Welcome everyone back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. This is the last day of the round robin. I'm G-Cleb. With me for the first time of this season, we do have the contenders duo back here. Oh
yeah,
no! Welcome.
Oh, thank you for the welcome. I guess it's been a while since we casted together. I think Stage 1 was the last time we casted together.
So a full month ago.
Yeah, so I've been, unfortunately, banished to the play-by-play region, but still, I mean, good to be back on the expert analysis desk. I mean, I'm in wolf chairs now.
Yeah, Wolf and 9K's chair.
9K's chair.
Yes, and play-by-play, I know it's a rough spot.
It is. I mean, I'll try my best,
feeling
though,
it.
you know.
You're feeling it. And tonight, 4 first to 3s, not 3 because one of the few very important matches actually handling from off the get-go. VARREL versus INSOMNIA. The battle for that first place versus second place will be happening immediately. It's kind of weird because it's usually on the last day, the last match of the night, but it turns out to be the first. So good for you guys to tune in 2 hours earlier. If you're missing it, watching it VOD, not too late, but still live. A little bit better, you know.
Yeah.
So it's going to be some popcorn time. I got my popcorn ready.
You've got to get yours.
VARREL versus INSOMNIA, man. It's going to be a wild one. It's still not late. It's still not late. You can get some popcorns. If you don't have them, maybe drive to 7-Eleven and get some Doritos and some sodas. This one is certainly a match you certainly do not want to miss. And viewership incentive, I think today's one of the last days or 2 days before the last day. So you have less than 2 days, less than 48 hours to pick it up. And less than 48 hours, but 10 hours. I'm pretty sure we'll be taking 5 hours at least today.
Hey, today we have 4 series and
6 hours?
I mean, I gotta say at least 6 or maybe even 8 on the line. I would be very sad if we have 10. That means because we're going to probably have delays or some sort. But I hope it doesn't come to that. But I think at least we'll be having at least 6 hours of good Overwatch. And then also, if the matches are good enough, if the matches are close enough, we might even have 8 on the board. So grab those incentives while you can, because starting from the 29th, from EMEA and NA, I think we have a new set of incentives. So grab them while you can, also so that you can grab the next series as well.
Yep, and make sure to go to the inventory and claim, pick it up, and then that will be going into the game immediately. Of course, have your Battle.net account linked to Twitch. That's the first that you do need to do. If you don't have it linked, you will never get it. Some people still ask me. Why am I not getting it after watching this many? Oh, you just have to have it linked first.
Guys, first things first, right? You gotta get your priorities straight.
You don't just, by not doing anything, you don't just automatically get it. You do need to have it linked first and then get all the sprays. 10 hours. If you watch more than 10 hours, you get a thumbs up from
you also get a thumbs up from me as well.
I probably have close to like 80 hours or maybe even more.
80 hours?
Maybe. Just from watching it, I think.
Yeah, that's so.
I should at least have 80 hours. Good 80 hours.
Yeah, I mean, because you also watch the other regions as well.
Yeah,
like
I watch EMEA when I'm going to sleep, and then I wake up with it.
So basically, we almost have Overwatch, competitive Overwatch, 7 days a week, and then almost like 24 hours all across the globe.
Yeah, and EMEA and they're also live for a very long time, usually like 8-9 hours.
Yeah, because they usually have like 3 or 4 matches. Sometimes they have 4 matches as well, if I'm not mistaken. Also, like NA, there are some days that NA goes into EMEA, or is it vice versa? I don't know how time zones work, but yeah, it's because those regions, they kind of go continuously. It's like almost like a full broadcast day.
Yeah. So yeah, and you can continue to watch and at least get that 10 or more, and keep on tuning in even if you have everything done. So it's the end of Japan round robin. Japan has the latest round robin in terms of Korea's Pacific, because Japan did start a week after compared to Pacific and Korea because of the Stage 0 tournament, the high school tournament that we had to have Telomere in the round robin 4. So today's the last day, and then a week after we'll be having the seedings and the LCQ for Japan. Pacific run a little different, as of course you can explain that a little further.
Yeah, Pacific runs a little bit different because it's not a round robin, it's a double elimination tournament. So already some teams have been eliminated from the stage right now, as compared to Japan, where all 8 teams can at least go into the play-ins. So it's a little bit different, and I guess a little bit more stakes in the Pacific region, at least in the earlier stages. stages, but we will be getting there in Japan as well, as teams will be eliminated and in the play-in stages.
Yes, it's what's important for today is that can you actually be in that top 4 seeding spot for next stage, or can you become the first place? Can you keep the first place if it's INSOMNIA, or VARREL, can you take that first place away from INSOMNIA? As you can see from the standings, we do have the line below NyamGaming, because above those on the left, seeding decider teams. On the right, they have to play LCQ, and the bottom 2, they only have 1 live. 5th, 6th, they have 2 lives, so it's not technically all the way double elimination for all the bottom 4 teams.
Yep.
About the bottom 2, they certainly do not have that many chances.
They don't have, I guess, any second chances at all, because how it kind of works in the NBA format in American basketball, as the 5th and 6th go against each other, and then whoever wins that are guaranteed playoffs. I guess that's the seeding decider first. So well, so the top 4 basically has a separate round robin, or you determine the 1st and 2nd seed, which is kind of really important here, because you get a first round bye, and who knows what happens in the playoffs, especially since that playoffs will be having Juno in the mix. It'll be a lot more. It's going to be a huge advantage to have other teams, see other teams play their matches first.
And what's crazy is that VARREL, if they, from the standings, there are some chances that things might change after tonight's match, depending how one-sided or the other way things can go. Seeding decided, as you can see, the first place, this is not the result from today, this will be the result from next week. After all the round robin of the seeding decided from the top 4 teams, the first will actually get a bye and also get an opponent selection, plus I believe the control map.
Yep, the higher seed gets selection for map as well, so this is going to be a really, really big boon, because a lot of tanks are viable. This means that other compositions are viable as well, so being able to have that choice of control, because if you look at the control map pools right now, Lijiang Tower has a meta of its own, Nepal has a meta of its own, Samoa is a little bit more standard, but still, you can get to choose, or rather, force the opponent into a certain composition and then take advantage of it.
And then some people just don't play as well on control. There are at least a couple of teams for all the regions, even in Korea. Like the Falcons are struggling on control all the time. That's one of the reasons why they're not playing as well this season. And also, VARREL, there were some shaky moments to start with on, not on Lijiang, I think mostly on Samoa when they were in. So, depending on the team, you might want to strike that as first if you get that map choice in. On the other side, for the bottom 4 LCQ bracket right here, 7th, 8th, if they lose the first match, as you can see from Game 2, if you lose, you're out for the entire season. You're gone, you're knocked out. 5th, 6th, you still have 1 more chance, and only 2 out of those 4 bottom 4 teams will advance into that playoff happening in a few weeks.
Yeah, and also which kind of standings you end up from the play-ins is also really important as well, because it also kind of determines who we're going against in the playoffs. So it's going to be really important, because the 1st and 2nd place have buys. It's going to be 3rd and 4th. So who's going to meet 3rd and who's going to meet 4th is also going to be very crucial, especially because in playoffs you really don't want to get into the lower bracket as soon as possible, right? Because you want as much chances as you can, because who knows what's going to happen in the playoffs, especially, like I said, although the patch isn't going to be a lot different, but we may have Juno, who at least at the current moment doesn't seem like it's going to be a meta pick, but still, it might make a difference.
You never know what will happen during the week. At the highest level, they might find something. You can still see some players after all those matches. Even the top tier players are still trying Live Fever, trying to have some implement on certain maps, trying to see not just to pull Widow, actually using the pedal for some of the maps if they can, and then afterwards, and they usually find out it doesn't work still for the newest meta. But maybe Juno, because Juno's got lots of abilities, and I still don't have all the names yet.
Yeah, I mean,
Juno's got
has
so
a lot
many.
of interesting kits. Of course, the names are yet to be, I guess, memorized on our side. We'll get to that really quickly. But let's look at the VARREL roster here. Not a lot of room for flexibility except for Mint over here. And it's interesting to see Mihawk starting. So this implicates some sort of, I guess, double flex support. I assume that just kind of judging from Mihawk's history from being a primary hit scan for the VARREL team, I would actually see a Mihawk Illari, despite Cloud having Illari on that portrait.
That's the thing, right? We all thought of that for the first day when Mihawk was put into support. That was only a few days ago. It was only this beginning of this week, and Wolf and I, and also Seth yesterday was Achilles was saying, "Oh, Mihawk the sniper? Okay, aggressive Illari makes a lot more sense." But he's been put into Ana.
Yeah, that also kind of makes sense
Dedicated
as well.
spot on Ana. So Mint is just out there benching. I don't know why they're not playing Lucio at all. Maybe they wanted to keep Mint away and not show Mint until this important match against Insomnia. That's going to be the important thing. But still, Mint was not in the active roster, I believe. So we'll see what happens. And of course, Insomnia, just 5-man roster. Mugaru Aid, this pair, the brothers, been very powerful, just destroying all the other Japanese teams. And VARREL seems to be the last target.
Yeah, Insomnia has been very, I guess, exceeding expectations, for lack of a better word, because if you look at this roster, yes, they are a very strong roster, but would you expect them to be first at the last day of the round robin? I think not. I think it's a lot of credit due to Mugaru and Aid, the brothers over here. Mugaru, previously known as a ball one-trick, is actually evolved into a pretty good main tank pool, and his Winston is also pretty decent as well, and Aid probably just kind of like making the most of the impact in the DPS role as well. Undersea also, I mean, I've been highlighting the Koreans here, but all the other members of the Japanese members of Insomnia are also kind of evolving slowly up to that level. So it's really interesting to see what this limit can be for Insomnia, because they have to go through VARREL. They know that they're probably going to meet VARREL at some point in the playoffs, so this is going to be a very, I guess, crucial power level check for them.
And big time, because DPS, Nico Kyuki, incredible, years of experience, always known in Japan. Undersea, also very popular, but Aid, not as much from Japan. And of course, a talent from Korea. But they're all good, and their hero pool, DPS, in this meta, I would say it's very similar. And the big difference is that if you can play a decent Pharah or not, that would be one of the biggest changers. Tank, some different styles, but they're very characteristic, also really good. I think the biggest difference from both teams should come from the support line. I think that will be something that we should always keep our eyes on, especially Q-Loud Mihawk. Why do we not have Mint? Maybe we'll see answers being swapped in the middle of the games today. IQ Wagayume has been solid, but haven't really been seeing like flashy, crazy players coming out from these two. So maybe it's time to step up, maybe contest against VARREL today.
Yeah, so like you just really good point, G-Cloud, because in this meta especially, we've been talking about tanks, we've been talking about DPS players, but really a lot of, if you just look at how where the differences are made, it's really in the support line. So let's see how Insomnia support line can go up against what is arguably the best support line in Japan right now. So ladies and gentlemen, we go to Lijiang Tower.
Here we go, unknown! Lijiang Tower, it is VARREL versus Insomnia. Just has to be the last day of the round robin. I think VARREL, if they win against Insomnia early on, like week 1, I would straight up say VARREL would have lost that match because they didn't look the same.
Yeah.
Like the Team Japan they were last year, but now I think they're back in full form. At least 90%, and the gate's open. Let's see what happens.
All right, if you just look at the compositions here, Insomnia, they're playing just what would be probably just the meta, except maybe the ball, but ball is also very viable in this map as well. VARREL looking at, you see the Mihawk Ana over there. Kind of, my guess would be that Mihawk would usually be the primary Illari, and then Cloud would be going on to the Ana for support. Let's see how this works out.
There it is, Wagayume caught off with the beam. Kyuki right on the target, and Lucio, wonder why it didn't run back to the window. Maybe thought it was safe. And Mihawk, Asana, a little more aggressive as you can tell in terms of the aggressive power in the positioning. But Sleep Dart has been really good. Mugaru with a double, Nico. Little trade, some response coming back from both, and the capture coming back from Insomnia. That's what he's looking for, but not that many teammates around him. KSG and the Tracer pushing back into the White Room. KSG caught off.
Yeah, things not looking good for VARREL right now. I guess if you just look at VARREL's win condition right now, it really comes down to the supports because the superior damage output has to really kind of pay off because VARREL, they don't really have a means to kind of protect their own backline. And there is no backline for say because there is no Ashe. It's mobile DPS players. It's just going to be the two supports that is literally the backline, and they don't really protect each other really well. So they have to keep themselves alive and do a lot of damage, or else this VARREL composition is going to be very difficult to make work.
It can be. It certainly can be, especially with your Garage coming in. Don't even need it. We're going to make caught. Nico quickly on assassinate mode. Go back to recall, but thought of it. Migaro will not let that go. Quick minefield.
Oh, that was a really important pulse bomb by Undersea right now because remember, Cloud is taking out. Cloud has the captive sun, and if you look at the ult charges right now, VARREL had a huge advantage over there, and they're trying to use the nano.
Big duplicate. Even the duplicate and a lot of resources just to get on Mihawk. Captain Sun from Cloud and also the Rage, but it's only going to be the trade. INSOMNIA actually handling this trade of economy really well without the use of their own.
Yeah, INSOMNIA used the Kitsune Rush, but I mean they'll just take that trade any time of the day. As VARREL, this was a very expensive fight for them, and the flip didn't even register right now. So this is gonna be, I guess, maybe VARREL loses the following fight right now. This even might be curtains. Okay, they are stabilizing a little bit because of the extended death timers right now. It is much more difficult to come back to the fight like a second time after you die first.
Yeah, especially if you miss the wave of response with your teammates. It can take a long time. There's finally a flip from VARREL coming through. Stabilizing things a little bit, but already 90% INSOMNIA.
Yeah,
with the delay.
Being very uncharacteristic with their ultimates right now because they had a huge advantage over their ultimates. They just threw it out the window basically, and they didn't even make that flip happen really quickly. So this is one fight win for INSOMNIA, and they'll just take Gordon. So let's see how much value they make out of the sound barrier.
At the field, 8 taken out quickly from KSG with the team Mihawk.
Undersea trade, that's good. As long as Milgar is alive, INSOMNIA will probably have the upper hand in this fight. Remember, they still have the beat. Undersea taking down. Okay, so this is probably going to be
with the trade. So tank available. Wagayume not willing to use that sound barrier for the longest time after 8. Has been put down early on, so I think they're still INSOMNIA concerned about the final fight territory. There you go on 3.
Wait a second, that was pretty ambitious, but it does found 3, including himself.
The respawns are back from VARREL. They might have been a little too late. QQ finds quickly a double. And that one for the save. Let's see how that goes. Kilal just on the way from the side.
The final fight territory for both teams now. VARREL, because INSOMNIA used the sound barrier, they will be ahead on the ult economy race here. They have 3 ultimates and all key ultimates here, where it's just going to be the Kitsune Rush and the duplicate. So they have to find a pick during this Kitsune Rush if they want a chance to win this fight.
But the response is good. There's Nano on QQ, duplicate available, Rage up. Miak from the back will be caught up early, but better trade from INSOMNIA indeed coming. IQ. Kiriko, the kunai does so much more damage. Even Milgaru helping out a little more.
By Cloud over there. So this is going to be a flip. Now it probably has to be the Tracer touching, and then probably KSG following up, but Nico down means that probably nobody to touch.
Yeah, that is it. INSOMNIA, the harass. No Nico on the point. That's what VARREL was expecting, to extend the time for the overtime. Not going to happen this time. So indeed, INSOMNIA taking the very first, but that was close.
It was close, but still, I can't erase that feeling that VARREL could have had that fight, really, because if you just look at the ultimates at the very last fight over there, they had 3 ultimates, and while INSOMNIA, they had like about 2. I believe they had the Kitsune Rush and the duplicate. VARREL probably should had enough resources to close out that fight, but in the end, INSOMNIA, they were unpunished for that WGM. I'm sorry.
Wagayume, not WDG for sure.
Yeah, not WDG. But
we're Korea happening at WDG Studio.
Early beat should have been punished, but VARREL failed to do so, and then that just kind of
that sound barrier was certainly. I think you and I both felt that was a weird timing to use it. It wasn't. It was only covering of 3, and all the members of VARREL just came back. And I think it was either using it earlier or later. That was just a weird timing right
exactly.
in the middle. But still, it was 1.
Ooh.
Into the second. Here's Tracer, Nico, Undersea. Very good Tracers out there. Kyuki from the side. Beams away. Finds the target. IQ caught off early again. And that's the power of VARREL. These 2 DPS can deliver so much. Nico! Single digit and immediately caught off. 3 darts plus the purple. Has to be careful. But 8 covering him from the side. The kill out. Also delivering damage.
All right, once again, if you just look at the composition, it's the same thing. It's Gardens all over again, where the question is going to be whether VARREL, I guess their game plan is that their supports do a lot more damage than Insomnia does. Then they get early ultimates. As you can see, they have very fast ultimates. They already almost have the Captive Sun. So they kind of start things up, they get that momentum going, and they have a better cycle. That's how they should that's their win condition. But if by any chance, if VARREL kind of slips, if they don't get anything from their ultimates, or if Insomnia makes a good disengage, then that's when things get dicey because Insomnia has a much more stable composition than VARREL does.
And VARREL, they need to win with a really good score to get the first place. Milam, 2 for 1. Nico, so on the target window. Lucio trying to jump away. Milgaru for the help, recalls away. Don't even need that pulse pump because they're ways away from the point. Still, be kept by VARREL, about to hit 50% now.
All right, like VARREL is in a very good position right now because they already secured a lot of mileage on the point. And also, once again, it is the ultimate fight. Insomnia, they will be having key ultimates upcoming. So unless Insomnia can make this team fight work somehow, VARREL should be able to have control because the longer this fight goes, it actually profits VARREL because control is 70% and going.
Catching off Wagayume. No sound barrier. They wanted to touch. Maybe for the next fight, but those ultimates, he count for a long time. Has to burn that extra. 8 immediately caught. Duplicate was deleted in the second.
Yeah, but I mean, they still. I guess the silver lining for Insomnia is that they didn't use their ultimates in any, except for the duplicate. But it's 90%. They probably just have to burn ultimates as they kind of try to survive, trying to touch.
Be rough. Some of the members come around the side for the rotation, which VARREL just let them. Quickly, Wagayume. Sound barrier to engage. Now on to Kyuki. Win against Sage. Traded.
So
4-1.
Echoes off the field right now, so this is going to be, I guess, a mechanical fight.
PSG trying to steal it away. Some contest right in the middle. Milgaru. I wonder where he is. Kill out. Captive Sun. 2 at least. But Milgaru here.
Milgaru doesn't want to go down just yet, and the flip is there. Oh, never mind. I was about to say almost. Kishi almost did the back cap over there.
I thought the flip actually came through, but it did not. PSG can't run away. Back with Reaper.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty smart adaptation from Insomnia here. They know that one fight loss means a round loss for them right now.
Oh, really good punish coming through from the late response. VARREL's going to lose lots of time because of that last death.
Yes, and that's probably going to be at least 80% before VARREL can contest. And VARREL should probably start to be concerned here. Yes, the KSG changed to D.Va, probably an answer to the Reaper pick over there. But let's see how it goes, because VARREL, they don't have any ultimates going on right now except for the Pulse Bomb. So this is going to be a really... VARREL has to work there out really carefully.
Miss from Nico. And there's a damage down. Milgaru finally brought down. That's why VARREL were all the way spread it apart. There's Reaper off to the side. No Blossom yet. Coming close, rushes. Has to be the moment. 99 flipped. But VARREL, they have an extra.
Overtime is in favor of VARREL.
8 quickly blossoms first. Not going to do the same. Burning everything from both sides. VARREL delivering all the damage. They do have the capture. After recall, Undersea goes down, IQ down. All 3 damage source are gone from Insomnia. Can anyone else can touch? Milgaru should be back. There he is on the last set, but not going to be touching. Mine's there. That's one way to come back for VARREL.
Yep, VARREL this time, I think, same composition, same win condition. I think they kind of executed their win conditions a little bit better. They had a early lead on the support ultimates. They actually kind of pressed on their advantage, and although they didn't have a healthy ult cycle going, they still held a large, I guess, significant enough lead in the early game for them to, even if a flip or two happened during that round, VARREL still had a sizable enough lead to close out the round. And let's see which version of VARREL of Lijiang Tower do we see on Control Center, because there were same compositions, vastly different performances.
This time with the Pharah from Kuki.
Alright, also Insomnia going with the...
Oh, Mauga. Purple.
Yeah,
the anti. That's a clutch anti. Quickly done. Kuki will find the second. Lucio might come back from the wall ride.
Insomnia might have to make wholesale changes to their composition right now. This is basically what Fnatic did in OWCS Korea, but I think VARREL really either won the compositional gamble or they were expecting this, because this composition from Insomnia, yes, now 8 has the Cassidy, did not have any sort of anti-air capabilities, so that Pharah had immense value, and VARREL, they profited from that.
Yep, again, VARREL just knowing one of the weaker points on the team. Trying to punish the back line. Wagame and IQ off to the side. Here's Aid, covered by the field. Will be deleted with an extra rocket. And there's a flip from Insomnia. All the members actually left the point for a couple of seconds.
Oh.
Test, not off, but a trade with Cassidy. Still, point being captured by Milgaro. No one really contesting, and we saw that Genji just flying by.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing that the VARREL composition, they are working towards their strengths right now. If you look at Mihawk's Nano and also Cloud's Captive Sun, they are immensely ahead of this ultimate charge from the side of Insomnia, so at least the support line. So this is how they should probably go. They use their ultimates, they use preferably just one of them, and win that fight, next fight, and then they use the other support ultimate. Then that's probably like 60% mileage, and at that point they can even afford to lose a fight. There is that Nano.
So much more balance coming out from VARREL's comp. All the maps, I think. Really Nano, no rage yet, as it was not many burnt with the Matrix. There might be the Q sign, a few more. There's the Angry Monkey with the pair up with the Captive Sun. Gara caught. It's no tank, but Kiyoshi also sacrifices his own barrage. Right on top with the healing. I guess if you stay still, you can also receive a lot of healing, but of course, you will be targeted. So this fight, with a lot of sources used from VARREL, still going to Insomnia.
Yeah, this fight's a really big one because all the teams used everything in their pockets for this fight, and oh, the flip is getting delayed, so this might... Okay, finally the flip is there. Insomnia, they still have both of their DPS ultimates, so they should be able to hold this choke point for a considerable amount of time.
Deadeye covered by Mauga a little bit. Trying to get through the bubble, but not going to happen as Nico switches back into Tracer immediately after the kill.
I think they greeded a little bit. Insomnia greeded a little bit. I think they probably should have just waited for VARREL to come in before they used the Deadeye. Instead, they went forward a little bit too forward and try to force the Deadeye to stop VARREL from coming out of spawn. VARREL, they weren't scared. They knew they're used to how they're kind of very experienced of how they deal with these kind of situations. So Insomnia took a gamble. They lost more even terms now because Insomnia had a major lead on DPS ultimates. Now they're pretty even on the ult economy. Now I guess it's going to be a neutral fight, and...
Big Matrix, there's a head. Can't find Mihawk behind the wall. And Aid, trying to roll into the side, gets one more. But that's Wagame down. Aid traded. Kyuki cannot be stopped. This Pharah, without the Cassidy, there's no one to stop him. Unless you get the right pulse bomb on this character, but you really can't. And Undersea ways away. That's 99% overtime. VARREL should just steal this away from Insomnia's hands. And that is it. No more touch. 2-1 score on Lijiang. VARREL takes one.
Yeah, Insomnia, they were very impressive in Garden. I think Also, they did get a little help from VARREL as they failed to meet their win conditions on that specific composition. Of course, VARREL played a little bit of a variation. They played the Pharah on Control Center, but in essence, it is the same composition in a sense that they had two flex supports and their win condition. I've been saying this all over again. The name of the game for VARREL right now is that they start with a very superior damage output support duo, and with that damage, they have their early ultimates, and they start up with that early ultimate to snowball into a macro ult economy lead, and at least for the latter 2 rounds of Lijiang Tower, VARREL succeeded in doing so. So Insomnia, they have to I guess find an answer to this. Maybe try to like get a pick on one of those supports so that their ult charge can be stopped for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is going to be, but Insomnia has to find an answer because this might be what we'll be seeing from VARREL for the entire series.
VARREL, unless they change and unless they bring in Mint, it's been a lot more of just a meta pick, like you have seen from a lot of top tier Korean teams, having Pharah depending on the map and going back, and also Mihawk just without the Lucio. With the Lari in the whole map, that's the only change. But so it's a lot more aggressive. You can have a lot more healing, and also can't have Dipson. You can have this massive power spike when you have the ultimates, right?
Exactly.
And Insomnia, it just seems like they're just not ready for it. Even without the Captive Sun, even without that explosive power, with a lot more tools on top of that, they still lose one of the supports oftentimes. Migaru, when he's on the ball, he's fine, but without it, against other teams, he's been okay. But today against VARREL in just the first map, not that many maps, but still off that ball, a little bit concerning with the extra jumps, maybe not really covering as much. It was also Malga, but Insomnia was playing like there was a Reinhardt with the shield, like the Cassidy with the Deadeye. Okay, you have an idea, but you know,
you're a very vulnerable target when you're on the Deadeye
like,
without any
that
kind of
bubble
shields.
doesn't cover you. It's the opponent's bubble. When I saw that Deadeye, I'm like, what's going on? Am I missing something? Is there a cage sound? No. That's the thing. The Malga can be strong, especially in front of you. Malga's a lot bigger, so you can't cover, but unless he's just right in front all the time.
Yeah.
So some anti-synergy, I would say, in terms of team comm and how they utilized it for Insomnia, especially on the last map of Lijiang. But other than that, I've been a big fan. Let's see what they can do, because in terms of characters and what they can do, Undersea, Genji, he can turn out to be, if you go to push and aid, some Sojourn play. There are a lot more heroes in the pool.
Yeah.
Very characteristics.
Definitely so.
Can come out depending on the map for Insomnia since they lost the first. So we'll see what happens. And also, the big question is Mint going to be coming in for VARREL or not? If Mint is just out for the entire week, then VARREL, what they have been practicing, it's working so far. But I don't think it works on all maps, especially with the nerfs coming into Lari.
Yeah, I think it's also really map dependent as well. I guess step 1 for Insomnia is to identify a map that double flex supports don't really work on. But yeah, so let's see. I guess a Flashpoint or maybe Runasapi should be the choice for Insomnia. But I mean, if you just look at Runasapi, basically anything is if just executed well, it works. So maybe I would expect a Flashpoint. I would say something like a Blizzard roll, something like that. But still, if you look at Blizzard roll, it's still I think VARREL should be very confident enough to run the Illari composition once again. What I'm more concerned about is that I'm not really concerned about the composition of Insomnia right now. Despite having a ball and a tracer against a very vulnerable backline like VARREL's right now, it was an Ana and then it was an Illari. If the ball and tracer coordinates well, there is basically no way VARREL's support should be able to survive.
Yes, that's the thing.
And they're not doing it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but maybe it's the team comms.
There's been a lot of good sleep darts. We've seen at least 4 on our screen, at least, especially on the ball. Miyak's been really good with the sleep darts since the first day, and we could see, okay, it's working out a little bit, and then the amount of heal, the kill catches, really good. Yeah. And also Kulao, turns out Kulao can also be aggressive. And I almost thought we had the graphics backwards, or they logged into a different account or something because of some issues, but it was actually the same. So it was actually Kulao just playing aggressive, and Mihawk turns out to be a really good Ana player. So well, of course, so Mihawk, if you guys don't know, he would actually just come in usually for the Widowmaker.
Yeah,
Or
he
into
was
a
basically
DPS.
Circuit Royale
So
specialist.
I guess Widowmaker and Ana, it kind of makes sense if you zoom in. And
Yeah,
how do you feel about as an Ana player?
I mean, I guess it makes sense because if you historically look at DPS players role swapping into support, they usually play Ana first, right? And then also maybe some Baptiste as well because it kind of works as a hit scan basically. So it does make sense. It's just that I think the bigger value would have been on the Illari because the expected damage output would be superior on the Illari side. I would say that normal expectations would be that the DPS, I guess, historic DPS player would play that particular pick. But anyway, I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, why fix it if it's not broken, right?
Yes, I do like it. This aggressive combo coming out from VARREL. I think it's been doing a lot better. And compared to that, the talking aggressiveness. After the patch, Lucio players from all other teams, all other region has been a lot more aggressive. Usually, if you have the ball, you go with the ball and the Lucio. If you have the Tracer, you go with the Tracer and the Lucio. Usually, they do the job. They snipe one, escape quickly in and out. I mean, that's been the combo, but I don't really see that coming out from INSOMNIA as much. That's the thing. Before the patch, it was fine because you can still play passive, work with the team, have the teamwork. But after the patch, you need to be aggressive, do more damage so you can get the ultimates even faster, like the old Violet style, which is kind of weird because now the Lucio's actually powerful, and then Violet never plays Lucio anymore. He's just on
he's
Kiriko.
in Brig Jail.
He's just
he's
on
also
Brig
in
and
Illari.
Kiriko. Yes, Kiriko and
Kiriko,
Illari.
excuse me, yeah.
So it's kind of weird how things are turning around to be after the patch. So, but Wagayume, just not as aggressive. Maybe it's just the first. We'll keep on looking at it. As I said, I'm really keeping my eyes on the supports because they have very different styles of what how they can handle the game.
Yeah, I'm really curious if INSOMNIA can play the Lucio Kiriko because right now, I'm kind of theory crafting here. If Milgaro still plays the ball and somehow makes the ball tracer dive work against the double flex support of VARREL, then I guess my guess would be that VARREL goes to the Sombra Tracer. Because if I just track back what VARREL did really well is that they were really good at the Winston Tracer Sombra Brig Ana composition back in the day when it was still BlizzCon World Cup, right? So they probably will not be afraid to get that Sombra online if the ball becomes a threat to the backline. Then that means that Milgaro probably has to digress a little bit to the Winston composition. And if you look at what the Winston composition is really paired with in this meta right now, it is the Lucio Kiriko. So my big question because I haven't seen INSOMNIA play the Lucio Kiriko so far.
Lucio Kiriko, that's the thing. And also, on the other side, because you mentioned some Sombra, Milgaro always on the ball. Nigo Kyuki, well, it's been some time, but Tracer Sombra always has been one of the strongest, especially last year, in the middle of the last year, end of the last year.
Yeah.
So I think we'll talk about a lot more about, there's a small issue going on with the connection from the players, so we do need some more time. So we'll hit that small break. When we come back, hopefully the issue is resolved. Guys, stay put. welcome back, everyone. Hopefully the issue is resolved. I haven't really got a big update from the production, but since we're back, I'm assuming we're on our way to be solving the issue. It's a small network issue. Maybe it's not as small as I thought because it's apparently taking a few more minutes.
Yeah, I guess in an online setting, network issues can be really sensitive because teams, like players, they need to kind of like, even though the internet's kind of back up, they still kind of like test for possible, I guess, problems. They have to test for possibilities of possibilities, but no! Wait, it's gonna be Circuit Royale! So this is gonna be really interesting for Insomnia, because why I'm saying this is because that they open up VARREL to play the double flex support again. And this time it opens a lot more possibilities because it also opens up Zenyatta if they want to for VARREL.
Yeah, Zenyatta, and also some questions that we were asking to Insomnia. How well can you play that Illari combo? And Milgaru, can you bring some more Sigma or any other tank heroes for the map? It's been mostly Sigma, but we've been slowly moving away.
Yeah, I mean, especially, sorry to cut you off there, but we do have to give credit to Crazy Raccoon for trying to break that, open that Sigma meta that has been like predominant for years. I mean, I would say years, right? I guess since release of this map. But let's see how these teams go against each other, because this is going to be really interesting. KSG going on the Sigma. I mean, that's something that I'm not terribly surprised with, because KSG has been a very flexible tank in his own right, and his Sigma has been serviceable. But
Yes.
Milgaru's Sigma is something that I haven't been hearing about.
Yeah, it's a rare sight, but Sigma is still the best. And you can try other things, but only when your Widow is winning. So that's a big condition on the map. As Aid be going for it. Insomnia chose to defend first. Kyuki in the air. So it's a weird map of, you would imagine if there's a Widow on the other side, there should be no Pharah. But we live in a world where Kyuki takes down on the Undersea. That's a world.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
have
they just won the aerial war over the Air Force war over there, and then it's just going to be VARREL with that air support.
Welcome caught off in that slower rotation. And even the field gone, so this will be first corner at least for the push. We'll get through, not all the way to 180, but at least get through the first 90 degrees of this turn.
Yeah.
Yuki, that must feel good. That must have been some good air shots.
Yeah, probably. I think some if you just look at how fast these health bars were just decreasing, it probably should have been just...
Oh, what a comeback from Nico. There's a Genji.
Yeah, I was about to say direct rockets, but direct rockets be damned. It's going to be a sniper headshot show.
Yeah, that was actually the mine from Nico, taking down the other C. That last bit of poison with the jump. Kyuki loving the predictions on the projectile shots. Milgaru in here. 5 basic few members from Insomnia coming back from the spawn. 8 up here in the high ground.
All right.
And the line of sight, not much. So Nico jumps up.
So right now, I think what VARREL is doing is that they know that they have ult advantage, at least for the barrage here. They're looking for a barrage angle.
Window up from Killa first. Let's see, response. A little slower from IQ, Milgaru. Already gone. The barrage inside. Only targeting Sigma. Great call from VARREL. Not really giving any chances for Nico to respond much.
Yeah, so this is...
I mean, Aid.
So this is why I'm questioning the map pick once again. This is a little bit of a backtrack, but Insomnia, they lost the first map. They are the ones that are choosing this map. This is not exploiting a particular weakness of VARREL. It is actually like, hey, KSG can actually... I would expect KSG to be a better Sigma than Milgaru. I think the game plan was probably that Aid would out-sniper Nico, but it's clearly not working so far.
Keeping them inside the building, saying don't come out. Got the Flux. Milgaru's got his own. Undersea down, that's a big problem. No Genji. Aid. Slowly. Alright. Let's jump through this.
All right, now it's going to be Insomnia's turn for the ultimates to come. Big ultimates are coming. The Flux, the Rally is going to be there. And if the fight goes long enough, it's going to be the Dragon Blade as well. But VARREL, they know this, so they're going to start.
Yep, Captive Sun is out here.
Oh.
Yeah, knew exactly when the timing was in for Sidon. Flux, even Rally, everything coming in from Insomnia.
Insomnia absolutely
Even the
has to win
blade
this.
might have to come out when it's completed.
Yeah, so they pulled the trigger and they have to make something out of it, unless it's gonna be there's gonna be no future, there's gonna be no present for Insomnia,
Yeah,
and that is exactly gonna be the case. Insomnia, they lost IQ first and they still wanted to commit. They used all their ultimates, but it didn't really work out. So now they end up conceding the point and they have no ultimates. Yes, VARREL doesn't have any ultimates as well, but it would have been so much easier for Insomnia if either they just kept their ultimates or they used their ultimates before IQ fell.
That's the thing. Oh no, I think Mihawk right there with the Captive Sun, I think muted their ability to come out from the building. That was a clutch timing again. Kyuki with the shots.
Yeah, this is
This
not
Rara today is just insanely on target.
Oh,
Eight brought down Undersea, just basically 1 HP. Goes. Now that's almost a BM. An extra damage allowed from Mihawk. And the entire team in Insomnia is falling apart. But it seemed like Insomnia to be the best Japanese team. In fact, nah, that's what VARREL is saying. We've been the traditional #1 in Japan.
Yeah,
And they're trying to steal that away if they can.
remember VARREL is...
They need a 3-0 or 3-2.
Yeah, so they need a 3-0 in order for VARREL to take first. So they're definitely aiming for that. There is that play from Undersea. It doesn't really do much. Mihawk just like laughs over him, just headshots him, and Milkar, well, still, it's not going to change the grand scheme of things.
Found. Yeah, Cookie's on the other side, so see how long he can survive. No one actually contesting him, even from the spawn.
I mean, they don't really have bodies over there.
It almost feels like it's overtime, longer respawn because Insomnia's coming back so slow.
Yeah, I mean...
Finally, the Tracer's here.
That is actually the case.
Still Nico wins.
Because...
That's a big problem.
Oh, no.
Payload's here. Everyone from VARREL, they're back. And that's a 3-point with 3 minutes on Circuit Royale. That's a lot of time.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
finish.
that's one of the bigger time banks that I've seen in a while. That kind of gives me very bad memories of NYXL on their first season. Well, I mean, not first season of Overwatch 2, and it was against the Gladiators, and we almost gave them like 4 minutes. So the story here is that it's still defendable.
The fact that you can still remember that.
Because we defended 4 minutes. And I was about to say that Insomnia can actually match that. So maybe a little bit of a sliver of hope for Insomnia, but still, it's really concerning for Insomnia because VARREL, they didn't look like they had really any difficulty kind of full capping this point. It was just Kuki on that Farah just dominating the skies. No answer whatsoever from Insomnia. Insomnia, they don't even look like they have a proper game plan right now, at least right because game plans, they go out straight out the window if you just lose all those individual duels.
And this is what we've been waiting for. Insomnia, IQ on that Lari. And Wakame and Lucio. Was a pretty dominant push from VARREL. Let's see what they can do. And what music is this?
The song of, I guess, Courage. Yeah, that was the third time trying to do my French. My French is really rusty there, but...
The Insomnia song.
Oh. You and I remember the Insomnia song very differently.
Yes, because I have no clue what that is. Okay, 8 all the way, back in the stair, the Widow spot. Let's see, Kyuki's Pharah, quite scary, but in defensive mode, you have to cover angles. You're quite limited to how many times you can shoot.
Remember the last time...
What a shot from Nico!
Oh yeah, this is going to change a lot of things because remember when VARREL got through this corner really almost for free, it was the attacking Pharah who took down the counterpart, defending counterpart, and got enough space to get that corner for free. It's not going to be the case for VARREL as the defending Widow is going to take out the attacking Pharah, so this is just Insomnia just having to play it slow a little bit, and time is not a luxury that they can spend, especially against a very big time bank like VARREL's.
They go off the side. This is the second shot. Verrel pushed back a little bit, didn't really lose anyone else. INSOMNIA, there's a shot, Aid has to come back.
Yeah.
Some more delay allowed for Verrel to push with an extra member. So Nico steps out to the side, looking for Pharah. Don't see it yet. From behind the barrier, milgaro doing a fine job so far on the Sigma, not extending too far.
Yeah, so INSOMNIA, like if you just look at the compositions right now, it's either that you have to win the individual duels, especially Aid has to win over Nico, but Nico doing a very fine job of winning that Widow
Early
duel.
Matrix from Cloud has always been a thing. Always winning the ult economy. Mihawk all the way back, thinking about pressing the button.
Oh, he's always considering pressing the button.
Not yet. The pylon's down on both. Mortality field just in case. Because he was on the stairs. Close call there. He pushed all the way. Aid extending his angle. Off to the side, looking through.
Yeah, so this ultimate actually doesn't find a kill, but it does give them a little bit of
Early flux.
agency
The counter
in
Undersea.
the corner there. Oh, Undersea finally making his Pharah work. And this might be just point A for INSOMNIA.
That was even with the captive Sun from IQ. Didn't seem like that was fully required from INSOMNIA, but they got the push. And 4 minutes, first point.
Yeah, but really good point, G-Clef, because the captive Sun, it was probably, I mean, I guess better to be safe than sorry, but in the end, if you just look at the aftermath, look at the ultimates right now. The barrage will be matched, and then Mihawk will be having his own captive Sun. So VARREL has, I guess, first hand in who's going to pull the aggressive trigger. And, oh,
Nice shot.
you don't even need that ultimate. Oh, well, there it is, though.
Yeah, didn't have the infrared on, right? That was infrared after the kill. Good reading by Nico. And having a hint of where that Widow was. First look, VARREL still going to be able to defend with not much of ultimates used. Only infrared, I believe. With the Captive Sun apparently has been out.
Yeah, Mihawk used the captive Sun after the fight was won. That was a little bit of an unnecessary, I guess, luxury. But, I mean, I guess if Nico's keep ripping off heads like that, you don't need ultimates because that's probably going to be enough for INSOMNIA to be dissuaded to wait a few more seconds for that Pharah to return. And this corner is proving to burn a lot more resources than INSOMNIA probably wants. They probably have to use at least 2 ultimates if they want to go through this corner. And VARREL, they will have.
Oh, milgaro down. What happened here? With just the Matrix?
Yeah, that's probably
that
just
was
the
neutral with the
damage.
Matrix. You're going to get to see exactly how the fight went down here. Down the slope. There's a lot more members lost from INSOMNIA. That will give at least 10 more seconds for VARREL. Time bank. Hooks. Finds no one. As Nico's all the way in the back in the side stairs. Not peeking at all.
Yeah, so VARREL being very, I guess, characteristic, I guess, very disciplined with their win conditions here. They know that because they used a lot of their ultimates, they used the amplification matrix, and it paid off, right? But in the end, they know that they're at a
Kuki's on the back. No one knew that this was happening. How did Kuki even get there? Was it fly all the way in and then just jump back on the behind him?
Oh my god.
Give the flux from milgaro in the panic mode. The response was that
Yeah.
the timing for it.
I'm pretty sure that milgaro probably wants it back. What I was about to say is that VARREL, although they did concede a little bit of ground, they're being very smart because they know that they were at a disadvantageous fight because they used their ultimates early. They profited from it. It was a turn that INSOMNIA had a window of opportunity, and Kuki, he knew that on a full head-on fight, they would be on a disadvantage because of the ultimates, but a sneak barrage from Kuki turned things around, and this is going to be VARREL. It's going to be very difficult for INSOMNIA to come back.
Go aggressive, Undersea down. That's not much of a trade if you only get their immortality field and no one else. Bit of a trade. Pharah on 8 down. INSOMNIA tried their best, but scattered around. Mihawk is on the back, just looking for the extra target. Heal Captive Sun does a lot more for Mihawk and VARREL. Once another successful defense, now we're on talking 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I guess this barrage has to really work at least take out two members. Because Farah, I mean, you would expect the Farah to just die after the barrage, so pretty much I think...
It has to be a better trade.
Yeah, it has to be a better trade, at least two members.
He goes back, all the way back here.
First step for oh, wait a second, I was about to say
That was a page. Kyuki takes him out.
First step from Insomnia has to
And
be...
a second, oh god, this is over. Insomnia, unless there's a miracle. The barrage was used, but never to be seen. That was only for 0.1 second from Undersea. In a panic. And no touch, VARREL. Gonna lead big time 2-0 after what we thought was going to be one of the biggest match from Japan. Insomnia is just not feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at Lijiang Tower, it was a little bit more close, especially at Gardens. Insomnia actually had that in the bag. It looked like VARREL, with their, I guess, I wouldn't say weird, but with their aggressive composition, Insomnia had enough in them to punish VARREL with their aggression. It's just looking like Insomnia right now, they're looking a little bit lost, to be honest. It was their map pick, which... I'll be very honest here, it really didn't make sense. Circuit Royale, Milgaru, not really a Sigma player. I guess I would have to probably guess that the game plan was that, hey, we believe that Aid is the better hit scan DPS player. So, and Nico is, I guess, he plays a little bit of everything on a good standard, on a serviceable level. So if you have a full hit scan to hit scan Widow duel, Aid will win. And that is probably going to be the start of whatever Insomnia had in plan. But again, team tactics doesn't mean anything if you're losing the individual duels. Nico just owned Aid on the Widow duel. Kuki also won more than he lost on that Pharaoh duel as well. And KSG, I mean, tanks usually don't go 1v1s, like 1v1 kills. But still, I mean, it doesn't really matter if your DPS players and support players are making all the kills happen.
Yeah, there's been a lot of differences and changes coming into the teams. But still, the result is a result. 2-0 lead for VARREL. Let's see what they can do in the upcoming map that Insomnia is going to choose. Welcome back to one of the best series. Well, what we thought was going to be one of the best series from Japan, from all round-robin matches. VARREL versus INSOMNIA, turning out to be a huge favorite for VARREL. INSOMNIA just sticking to what they've been doing great, but it's not working certainly for against VARREL so far. And it was also their map choice, Circuit Royale, and they will have it again. We don't know the map yet, but hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Circuit Royale is a bad map, but if you're just going with, I guess, what the if you just look at your roster and VARREL's roster and what you've been playing against what VARREL can play, I think Circuit Royale wasn't really the play. Once again, if you're going to go with the same compositions that you probably went with Lijiang Tower, I would definitely go against, I guess, Flashpoint, maybe Sorvasa would be the choice. Also, again, I'm repeating myself. This is maybe also a Runasapi in the hands. I would also like to see an Undersea Echo.
Undersea Echo, some more Genji. The previous map for Genji wasn't really the best. I don't think there was much of a teamwork for Undersea. Not really flashy either. And straight line, Genji, it's really easy. He's exposed, and you can literally just see him all in front of you. And Genji shouldn't really just be diving in when you're known. So I think we should be going into some of the bigger maps, maybe hybrid. We've seen a lot more King's Row recently. So I think that there's another reason, because I think Pharah kicking into the meta, I think there's a bit of change of the selection of the maps because of that reason. If they can pull off Genji, Pharah still very strong in the meta, but very skill-based.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And right now, Kuki is looking like he is very comfortable on the Pharah, whereas Undersea probably, I mean, I have no doubt that he's a very good player, but still a little bit not as comfortable as Kuki on that Pharah pick. Sorvasa, like I said, makes a lot of sense. The composition that INSOMNIA plays works here. And I'm not hearing of any, I don't know, because I'm not the play-by-play. I don't get the calls from the production. I'm not hearing of any substitutions just yet, but if VARREL goes with the double flex support, it does kind of weaken their strengths at least a little bit. So it's not going to be Circuit Royale over again. I think then in this case, maybe if VARREL wants to run a double flex support, it has to be some sort of Kiriko involved. So let's see how it goes. But INSOMNIA, they did step one in making, I guess, what would be, in my standards, the correct map pick. So let's see if they can react.
And also, INSOMNIA now has to respond much, much better because it's Flashpoint. A map choice of INSOMNIA, but it's match point and potential thrown off from the first place if they lose with a 0-3 for an INSOMNIA. Yep. They will lose one because of the map differential was 2 between the team.
Yep.
If it's a 3-0, VARREL going up the first place right after this. So VARREL, let's see if they can manage to do so, still keeping exactly Ilar. It's been working even against INSOMNIA, so why not?
All right, this composition for INSOMNIA makes a lot of sense. This is kind of like why you would pick Sorvasa, and it's also generally good into a Winston composition. It has all the ingredients to make it, I guess, a compositionally sense, because if Aid makes the right shots, it also can keep Echo at bay, and there it is. They Echo a double kill. Yeah, so compositionally, they won the gamble. Probably VARREL would, if they can, go to a Lucio composition if they can. If Cloud is not comfortable, or Mihawk is not comfortable with the Lucio, I would recommend going to a Kiriko variant of this composition. All right, it looks like they're still sticking with the current composition, so let's see how this goes.
I think VARREL just thinks that this is one of the most balanced composition in all maps. And they feel comfortable, everyone, playing on this team comp. But on Sorvasa, certainly Myugaru's Mauga will have a lot more power, tank ability compared to what he has been showing a little bit briefly on Lijiang Tower. And 8 so far on that Cassidy. But hold on, Wagayume.
Yeah, how
off guard a little bit.
Yeah, he was just 100-0'd really quickly.
Good burn. Keshi not going all the way as Aid was healed back. So the focus fire has been Myugaru saved from the heal pack just for extra seconds. The fight is elsewhere. Going for the contest. INSOMNIA trying to buy time. But the flip will come through with just Mihawk going down from VARREL.
I mean, yes, they do lose the fight and give up the flip, but it's 81%, so they're probably not just going to be too concerned. And also, if you look for, like, the first time in almost forever, Insomnia will be almost having the support ultimates first. There is a brief window of opportunity where IQ will exclusively have that Kitsune Rush where Mihawk doesn't have the Nano yet. So this has to be their window of opportunity, but Kuki takes down Aid.
First one. Oh, that was even quicker. As the rush was coming down on the stairs, PSG with the rage. And Milgaru went down so late. And a bit more on top. Some stagger.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot more difficult for Insomnia to touch. I guess it has to they have to make a choice of either whether they're going to risk some members for the sake of touching, and then hopefully members survive and they can have a full team fight, or they just give up the entire point. And
yeah, this is exactly what the dominant team does on the map, usually on the Flashpoint. Rotational catches the flip, though. Hold up. It actually went through!
It is a backflip, but it's just going to delay the inevitable here as the flap is going to come back. Undersea trying to touch with, but it's probably just going to have to pay his life for it. And that is first Flashpoint secured. And Insomnia, it looks like VARREL will have a slight...
Hold up, the overrun. Saw that potential, but VARREL are getting heavily on that Aid, because Aid's early headshot looked incredible. But since then, it's been focused fire down twice, even before the team fight actually broke down on the map, so we'll have to be careful.
I was about to say that VARREL had a very slight advantage, like rotational advantage towards the point, and now that they just had that early kill, it's just going to be full defensive positions on the point for VARREL. And yes, Insomnia does have a lot of ultimates.
Cast it, son! Out there, gets Aid! Forces out Sound Barrier at least. Some, I guess, good trade at the end for 1-for-1 for the backline supports.
Well,
after Insomnia actually, after the team fight win.
Yeah, so a little bit of an over-ambitious Captain Sun from Cloud. Yes, it does find a target or two, but at that point, the fight was already lost. So that's one tool down for VARREL. Insomnia at a massive ultimate lead right now. I guess it wasn't just Cloud that I wouldn't call that a bad mistake, but still, it ends up snowballing into a massive ult advantage in favor of Insomnia. And even without ultimates, Undersea won that Tracer 1v1, so this is going to be a very much needed advantage for Insomnia. They can push forward, and once VARREL tries to come in, they can use their rush, they can use the cage fight if needed, but I mean, best case scenario for Insomnia is just going to be the Kitsune Rush.
On the second point, choke is a little wide, so maybe I think Milgaru has to be careful going into the overrun, into the cage angle. Echo cage is more of a defensive cage, so no one can come in. That is just on the Winston.
Ooh, nice headshot, but doesn't finish up the kill.
They go a little too far. The rush is down, but the two members down from Insomnia.
Oh no, are they going to use all their ultimates and still lose?
Because of Nano, KSG survived for such a long time. That's a good trade. As long as you can fight extra miles, still saved by the teammate VARREL. Still in this, just lost that Winston.
Yeah, so it's going to be control onto VARREL. Really concerning for Insomnia in a sense that I get the idea. The cage was there to keep everyone in sight of Aid who used the Deadeye. So they probably just wanted to keep everyone on the sights of 8 until the Deadeye kill threshold was there. However, I think it was KSG that very cleverly kind of moved away from line of sight at the very last moment, so the kill didn't register, which kind of extended the fight and baited Insomnia into using a lot more ultimates. But there, once again, another fight here.
Nice aggressive move coming from Q-Loud. Once again, quick Captive Sun to secure the victory for the team fight. And also the duplicate early up. Lauda, extra tank in the front, but that's everything that they had, VARREL. How do they win this next fight against a Sound Barrier unless they can get the Ajax or a quick death onto Lucio? Would be the best!
Hey,
they get it!
Look, lesson 1 on how to win a team fight against a team that has exclusively a Sound Barrier. Kill the Lucio, purple the Lucio and kill it. They did it by the book.
And that was so quickly done that Insomnia cannot contest. Lucio will be back after a few seconds, but can they even get the touch? Okay, IQ, that's a quick comeback from Wagayume.
All right, the sound barrier.
Yeah, back in this. We thought they had the nice... We thought VARREL were in the better place to defend the slot, but it was so quickly done. And 8 just burrowing through all that.
Yeah, I think that was good decision making from Wagayumi over there. I think it could have gone otherwise. The fight would have gone otherwise if the sound barrier was not in place. It also would have been a very tough decision because Insomnia lost a lot of the fights they were committing ultimates to. There probably would have been the doubts of hesitation, but good decision making, I guess, quick set thinking from Wagayumi. Basically, that sound barrier won them the fight and the point.
Yeah, looking for that nano. PSG. Front with the nano sustaining. Even the rage has to be out because of Mauga and all the targets in front. Not even unlocked yet.
Still looking good for, well, I mean, I guess it could be anyone's fight, but in the end, it's going to be Insomnia who has the tank advantage. Will be able to push out VARREL. They're not going to risk a lot of progress. And Cloud taking down Mercy, so this might be a little bit of a wrinkle in Insomnia's chances because of their extended death timers. It actually takes a while for even the Tracer to come back to the fray.
I'd like to see some changes coming through PSG. I think Milgaro's Mauga is having much more effect. Purple on the back line, instantly. Heal to Cage on the side, trapping Winston at least. And sometimes that's all you need to win the team fight. Hold on, Mihawk, Nico. Bring some damage. 8 out of the field. Tracers.
Look, Mihawk on the flex support is not fair. At least in the Japanese.
But look, with the cardiac, Insomnia can have their self-sustain with the sound barrier. Even committed because Yuki duplicate coming down. Finds the right target.
Wait a second.
And this stagger, if 8 goes down, will be extra at least 10 seconds. Yeah, he just goes down himself instead.
Yeah, decent mileage from Insomnia anyways, but I think probably Insomnia would have been pretty confident that they already won that fight. And then in the end, Kuki made a gamble on that duplicate because it was a very disadvantageous fight, and somehow made it work. So credit to Kuki on his confidence, on his abilities, and this fight's going to be really important. The Nano
down onto
PSG.
the back line, and Kuki with KSG will find 2. That's a quick pick. VARREL finding their tempo, a little faster this time. Insomnia didn't end up using much because how quick that attack was. Team fight, and that's a team kill.
Yep, team kill and 75% and running 8 on. Papa wanted that. Yeah, wanted that one-shot combo, but it has to run away. 88%. Somebody has to touch. Probably going to be the Tracer or the Lucio. I guess the Tracer.
This is the Pulse first, but still Tectonic available from 8. Will be the big moment. Rush out first. 8 still there. Yuki down from air. Guess she's trying to sustain, but the Tectonic, too much damage, and you just gotta run. Maybe just come for the sacrifice just for the extra delay to buy that time for the respawn. But that will only be available for the next point. Insomnia already on the next rotation. 2-1.
Yep, a little bit, I guess, of a comeback for Insomnia. They are threatening VARREL on map point, and they are in kind of order to I guess, trying to trail the series a little bit. They don't want to get swept at the very last day. But if you look at the ultimates here, it is going to be pretty even. Yes, Milkara has that cage fight, which is considered, I guess, the longer cooldown. Cloud, once again, has the Captive Sun, which is basically the forms of initiation for the side of VARREL. There you go. You open up the fights with the Captive Sun here.
Only getting that down, but the cage on the other side, defending the teammate. Getting KSG trapped in there, so expensive use, good purple by Mihawk, but still, without the Diva, can't fully come in when there's that Mauga on the field. So good. Yeah, quick calls on the ultimates for Insomnia to grab the first cap, as they will only need one more. 8 in trouble.
Yeah, but this is going to be the great test for Insomnia right now, because now Mihawk, with that Nano, probably the target is going to be, I was about to say the Diva, but it's going to be the Iliari, which falls. So no value whatsoever from that. With that Nano, Insomnia IQ.
Yeah, to the trade. If Nico can pull it off, but a lot just outnumbered and outpowered with that with those big tools from Insomnia. Even though they lost Milgaru, still the damage output I think was a little less. By that time, VARREL lost 3 members.
So now things are swinging in favor of Insomnia. Now the Tectonic Shock is almost there. Yes, KSG has the Diva Bomb. Wait, what happened over there, Cookie?
That's important.
Yeah, that is important indeed.
That was a crucial. I don't know exactly what happened there, but Nico showing up to the plate. KSG. They got 2 down for 1. Tectonic finding Nico. That's huge. And the drill. This should do it. Insomnia. There's a last second touch with Mihawk to sleep. Buying some time. Kyuki back and fight. Can you do it? Can you handle? With 7 HP!
So, I mean, if he does it with 7 HP, he's just going to be hands down.
And that is it, 3-1. Insomnia with a comeback. So, Insomnia, they can at least maybe tie things up. But even with this, even with a 3-1 score, VARREL, because of head-to-head, I think even if you have the same map differential, if VARREL ends up winning, they will still go up as the first place. So,
Very
Insomnia
true.
need at least 2 maps on this match.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess the stakes aren't like super high, like between first and second, because you get a you have to go through seeding qualifiers anyways. But still, I think the thing is about proving a point, because Insomnia, if they are able to finish higher than VARREL, this is probably going to be the first time ever since, I guess, Contenders. Because if you put out all the Pacific teams, VARREL has been unmatched by any sort of Japanese team whatsoever. This team has been reigning over the region for quite a while. Back in the ESG Donuts days, right? And by beating VARREL, Insomnia beating VARREL and ending the regular season on top of VARREL, it's just kind of making a statement. So although like the actual practical difference isn't really big between first and second in terms of the regular season, I think it's just for the mental, for I guess, what would you say, the buffs for starting first.
Less brain damage going into seeding if you win. That's I think
Definitely
the biggest advantage that you can get. Also moral boost on the team, especially for VARREL, saying that, okay, even without Mint, even without the Lucio, Anna, and Lari, and we can just make it all up against anyone. Since the patch, that will be a big staple against all the Japanese teams. And on the other side, Insomnia, we're the only team who can actually beat, Lazuli beat them, but still. We are the only team that can be as high or even higher than VARREL, who has been on top for years and years in Japanese history. Of course, there are some Korean talents in Insomnia, but still, that will change mark in history a little bit in terms of Japanese Overwatch. So, big things at stake for both teams. If you look at the history and what it means going into the seeding decider.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think that, like, I've been saying this again, but these are the teams that you'll meet in playoffs again. So, VARREL, if you clearly know what Insomnia is doing, but you lose to them, you're going to have very mixed thoughts about them when you meet them again in the playoffs. Like, let's just say, for example, Insomnia won against VARREL today just using the ball composition the entire series. And then you're VARREL, and then you have to go against Insomnia again in the grand finals or something like that. Then, like, are you going to prepare for the ball? Do they have anything other, like, prepared? Those are the kind of mind games that Insomnia can play if they actually manage a win, but they still have a long way to go because they finally trailed 1 map.
Yeah, 1 map, and biggest change, Milgaru's Malga worked much better. Plus, Aid's Venture was the spicy sauce. And seems like VARREL can't handle spicy at all. And that's the thing. Venture was not isolated, but having a perfect aggro, some snipes, some cover with the cage, some great teamwork coming out from Milgaru, Aid, of course. They're the brothers, so they should have some synergy, but it really great display of what they can do on Suravasa. But now that the map will change, and somewhat in favor of VARREL because they will choose the map and the side, I believe VARREL likes to bring us to Hybrid a lot more.
Yeah.
Compared to Escort.
Yeah,
so,
that's also...
Or Push. We already had Escort.
Well, for Hybrid, I think Hybrid should be a safe pick for VARREL because it. So I mean, I guess especially on the defense, it allows you to play the double flex support that you've been enjoying success for so much, and maybe even for push, I think maybe Calcio.
I think VARREL will just be I can't really find a better word, but a boring map pick. Just
Well-
going with the same Winston, what they have been doing, and what works the best, what they played, Kings Row. That's my guess.
All right, I'm gonna. I don't disagree with that. I'll just for the sake of not going with the same map with you, I'll just go with Calcio because
Okay.
if you just look at how VARREL played today, it's hey, we have Nico and Kuki shooting things, and then we also have Cloud and Mihawk shooting things, and with that very large, I guess, corridor, straight corridor on Colosseo, it sets them up. Oh, it's gonna be Blizzard roll, so
Oh.
we're both wrong, but extra points for you for
I
getting
got
hybrid.
half right. And I got 1/3 right getting the mode at least. Because
Very
mode
true.
was 50-50 at least. Wasn't too hard. But Blizzard World, not the most popular map in Japan. Same as Akenwald. I think still slightly more popular than Akenwald. We just got a lot more Kings Road recently after the patch. So that's the thing. But Blizzard World, still some Widow potential. Let's see. I haven't seen that many ventures coming out on this map. And
It's
including
tricky.
all Japan, all Pacific, and Korea. Basically, no ventures
Yeah,
that I can
it's
recall.
really tricky. On point A, you usually run on default. It's the Winston, Tracer, Ash composition usually, and then if you go on the second point, you either have a choice of running maybe the Widowmaker and also C. If you go deeper into that point, you. We looked at Happy, right, in the Korea region, was very happy to play the Widow on C as well. Let's see what these teams hover with right now. I believe I would be very surprised if Wakayume goes with that Life Weaver
Heroes.
of the Storm. I mean, it was your cup. It was your speciality over there.
No, I still main Hanzo on HOTS.
Ah,
And Overwatch. That's the thing. And a great map for Milgaru for at least 4.8 on the ball.
yeah, I mean, I think ball is very viable. Even on point B, I think there are some good hook angles for the pile driver to register. So Insomnia won't be too upset about the ball. I mean, the map pick that VARREL did here. It's gonna be the standard
Yep, life grab.
Tracer Ash.
Back to the actual comp. VARREL chose to defend first. So let's look at their defense. And it's a great start, I think, because KSG moved on to Diva.
Hey, usually if you defend first and you're generally considered the better team, you just want to, hey, go home quickly today. You just want to go...
Yeah, full cap
full-
and just one
full
push.
hold. Yeah,
But
you go.
that's a not saying yes to the opponent. Milgaru. That's a quick disrupt. Their placement and third one down. That'd be a good cap.
Yeah, so this is Insomnia's. I want to just have some time talking about Insomnia and their team picks. This is probably what they thought about when they picked Circuit Rail as well, because Aid, although he did fall right now, he won the hit scan battle against Nico, so that gives them a big fracture and a window of opportunity for Insomnia to just collapse over the very vulnerable support duo of VARREL. So, Insomnia, they clearly know what they need to do in order to win. The question is, can they execute it?
They got one down. Still the same comp. Ash, really good in the high ground. How long Nico can stay up there. Milgaru, anti.
But not
the bubble, looks good.
particularly concerned at the current moment because of the extra health over there. Aid once again taking down KSG. Aid is going to be the crucial piece for Insomnia here. He has to be the one making things work. And once again, if you look at the double flex support from VARREL, I guess starting from Sharvasa now, they are at the back heel in terms of ult advantage. But as I say, it's not going to matter much as VARREL just cleans up the entirety of Insomnia.
Yep, Milgaru, I guess he had nowhere else to really go into. Bit of a delay on that roll also. So we'll regroup after that. Don't think that was really a full try out from Insomnia. They were just all scattered over the place. Didn't really have much of a positioning to fight with. So VARREL in a better place. Going for this first set of choke after the first cap coming through from Insomnia. A lot of ults coming online for both.
So the interesting choice for me is going to be who is IQ going to target with the Nano. There are not a lot of, I guess, good targets per se. Oh, but damn, the
Trade.
Nano.
That was
Oh,
early,
there it is.
early captive. In the bot 8 with the Nano. Kyuki's Bob is also out there. Yes, PSG looking for the next target. Brings him down.
Parade. Yeah, so I mean, I get the idea. Is that Insomnia, they're definitely going to play with their strengths in mind, and that they have to have aid win the fight for them. But in this case, it was, I guess, a good placed Bob from Nico as well, and then overall a good reaction from VARREL that thwarted the offensive, I guess, maneuvers from Insomnia, and there is the Nano just gone. Once again, one of the bad things about Insomnia's composition is that they don't really have a very good Nano target.
The thing. Handling the Winston in front. Rally just to keep it placed. PSG off to the side. Payload been stopped for some time as both teams trying to rotate into the high ground. It giving them some more pressure with extra shots. Feel out, going very low, taken down from the other side. Was basically sandwiched on this bridge.
Yeah, that was a good pile driver, and then after just multiple members of Team VARREL just went on the air, it was just easy prey for Aid. Aid finally looking like he woke up. I mean, gamer hours, right? So looking a lot comfortable on that Ash pick. And this is probably going to be point B secured for Insomnia.
Yes, I guess, because we did start 2 hours earlier. Kind of makes sense if you wake up really late. If you wake up at like 4 p.m. or something.
Hey, those are normal gamers. What are you talking about? What are you meaning very late? Alright, never mind.
4 p.m.'s kind of late, to be honest. Even when I slept in the morning, I usually wake up around lunchtime. Even during college days when I didn't go to class. Yes.
What? Like, why would you wake up at lunchtime if you're not going to class?
To play games? Yes, exactly the best excuse.
All right.
And Nico all the way up here with the pylon healing on the back, so not bad. Upper placement, Milgaru in sleep, but woken up.
Insomnia has a very big, I guess, advantage.
Pop out.
In
pretty good field.
Ultimate charge here. Bob is in that corridor. It remains to be seen if it does a lot of damage. I guess it is enough for the rest of for the members of VARREL to follow up. But Insomnia, they do make some trade kills happen. And KSG taking down. Oh, this is looking dicey for VARREL, G-Clef.
Yeah, stick, big chunk, no rage. Also, might have not used the rage even if you had it. Milgaru helped extra damage. Some extra push to the second choke, going towards the end. VARREL ready with 4 ultimates.
So once again, it's going to be a dilemma for IQ on target selection on that Nano right now.
Oh, the dynamite, good catch.
Wait, this is really huge because Mihawk had the Nano as well.
Firing back, just as a trade. But at 3 ultimates down, just having the Nano now for VARREL will be a good tool for the next fight, but the Insomnia, they've been having a pretty good push so far. Lots of time burned. Going?
Probably, I don't know. It's just at this point, just looking for a very strangled flanker, or maybe even just staying there to gather information probably is going to be the safer bet. VARREL, on the other hand, has very clear nano targets like the Winston over there, and it is going to be Insomnia who has to back down or go back to spawn. That's one way to go back.
Yep, still, it was right in front of the respawn. Milgaru even taken down, so no more ball for the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, already a minute and a half left. Oh, less than that for Insomnia right now. The only ultimates that they are going to have online is going to be the rally, which I dare say is not, in this particular composition, is not going to be the most effective ultimates, but still, I mean, you have to get whatever you have your hands on right now.
Good rally from Wakayume, and they will start pushing Insomnia. VARREL going on to defensive angles, all the way back. It was close, Aid. With the burst fire.
Alright, Aid, the bomb just before he dies over there.
Somehow.
He survived that, and somehow takes a headshot out of Mihawk as well. So this is going to be also, oh, nice reactive shot from Nico. That wasn't a headshot, but still a very clean shot indeed.
PSG delaying what's about to come. Getting focused, fired, even with 1300. Sometimes that HP is just not enough. Good touch and the pill. Oh, pulse right on the target. And you just stick together on top of the pulse bomb. And I think it was about time where INSOMNIA goes down regardless. Oh. Don't really know about this extra jump coming out from the Winston. Other than that, it seemed okay from INSOMNIA. Less than 10 seconds, someone's got to come touch. Even Moira coming out from IQ. Some changes.
Yeah, so they at that moment where they don't have enough
down.
ultimate charges, they have to know that this is going to be a fairly short fight. And oh, what a good shot from Cloud over there.
Loud, that's a double. Can you get a 3K? Oh, Nico gets the other two. And the last one down. That's a third. 4. To keep this right here. 108 meters on top of 2 points. INSOMNIA cannot get the 3, but VARREL can they push as much or better. See what happens in the second half. That defense, it seemed like they had some flaws in it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was perfect by any means, I guess. It was also some good play from Aid as well. Aid finally winning that hit scan Ash duel against Nico that was not there on Circuit Royale. So I guess that's a good side for the side of INSOMNIA. I guess if you just kind of say the downsides, it seems like they're having a little bit of a hard time trying to juggle around their macro ult economy. So sometimes there are moments where, well, INSOMNIA, you just don't have to use this ultimate and you win anyways. Why are you using this ultimate? You probably wanted that ultimate for next fight. And then you end up just having fights in some terrain or situation that you don't really want. And then you still press the ultimate buttons, which you won't have for the next fight. So this is kind of a little bit of I guess, a little bit more discipline needed for the side of INSOMNIA. For VARREL's side, I think their composition has a very clear weakness in that their back line will be very vulnerable. But still, they're holding still. Either it's because INSOMNIA is a little bit lackluster on their dive attempts, or I guess a little bit of both, in that VARREL's backline is doing a really good job.
All I got was the Terrier's fall. Holy sank. See, as we swap sides, second half. Back to ball! That's Milgaru.
Yeah, on that chandelier mode, right? No less.
Yeah, it's a perfect place for that pile drive. Yes, she's not the target, but the others are. A big one, 17%. And what a choice.
Yeah, also the collapse on INSOMNIA to the members of VARREL.
It's so perfect. Coming down with that many targets, the anti-bio, Bionate from IQ, and that's exactly the moment you throw down the dynamite. Undersea should be next to it.
Alright, currently I mean, I wouldn't be very surprised if VARREL just go with the Sombra Tracer. I think that might work, especially if you just think that the ball is a nuisance. But at the current moment, it doesn't seem so.
Patient to the right. A little surprised. Feeling okay. Team a little spread apart from VARREL. Oh, but still finds Wagayume just in off-placed position there.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Everyone else seems to be busy somewhere else.
Good sleep down to Mihawk. This is gonna deny a lot of ult charge from Mihawk, because if all that healing was available, probably that would have been the Nano. IQ has a slim window of opportunity to finally catch up to that Nano. I think that might be the big difference here. And also takes out Nico, so... Ooh, okay, never mind. I was about to say trades are there, but VARREL takes the better trade, and this is just a...
Mihawk show right there. That anti-connection with KSG takes down 2. And the sleep dart on Milgaru, of course, on a big tank, everyone says it's easier, but still can miss.
Yep.
But Mihawk lands it most of the time, and that was really well paired up right behind the wall.
So this is good news for VARREL. Remember, I've been talking since Lijiang Tower that their win condition on this double flex support means that they will have... One of the win conditions is that they are ahead on the support ult economy, and there you go. The two... Oh no, that doesn't really matter if your support that has the ultimate dies and cannot use the ultimate.
And that's a third. No nano. I think INSOMNIA should... This maybe only the mines later at a later timing. because the payload is slowly pushing. With just Winston on the board. Where is everyone else? There's Nico. Forced off from the high ground and going for that pit. Pulse bomb and thought it almost landed.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an ambush.
And after the recall, I guess OWCS was just found immediately after Q-Loud. Q-Loud paid his life for that Captain Sun, and nope, kill coming through afterwards. Have been focused immediately after.
Yeah, and also KSG in a pinch right now. Has to go back to the safety of his teammates. INSOMNIA display, I mean, I guess losing sometimes losing members, sometimes just losing on ultimate economy, they still find a way to cling on right now. This is also one of the values of this team, because INSOMNIA, they didn't just take 6 series wins for nothing. They do have the talent in them. So let's see how it goes. INSOMNIA once again has the Nano, which is going to be matched with Mihawk, but Mihawk has a very clear primary and secondary target for the Nano, whereas INSOMNIA, it's going to be a little bit situational here.
Mine inside with the members of VARREL. And a great choice from Milgaru. Yuki KSG. Revert to a trade. Nano, can he survive?
Ooh.
Aid will back off, find the heal pack.
And the Mega
But
is
look at the
there.
Trader and Tracer, and the Winston just appears out of nowhere.
Well, still some trades happening, both tanks down. In terms of ultimates, there's just nothing going on. Maybe AIDS Bob is gonna come out, but I don't know. Maybe this is gonna be the legendary skin show. Nico is kind of on fire, but is not really concerned. Oh, that headshot is really if that registered into a kill.
Milgaru, pile driver. It was a sneak attack from the side. Only the masters of the ball can land those quickly enough.
Yep, that's a good combo. That's the coordination that INSOMNIA needs to defend. Remember, the time is ticking. It is a minute and a half. Aid does have the Bob, I was about to say, but that was a huge Bionade from the side of Mihawk. This is probably the trigger, the best opportunity that VARREL will probably have in the last minute that they have in the time bank. Oh, but Mihawk is going to be punished. Milgaru doing wonders, however, it is going to be punished by...
Milgaru's still alive, doing some work. You catch KSG, but getting... There's no support, so I thought Milgaru could harass a lot more. And this defense should come alive with Kyuki going down to shield. Big bash.
This is kind of, I guess, uncharacteristic for VARREL, because I thought they really had it after that huge Bionade from Mihawk over there. However, INSOMNIA, I guess this was a heroics from Milgaru over there. There's no other way to kind of explain this. And what do you know? This is already 30 seconds. Maybe this is going to be one last good fight, or maybe like one good team fight and half of a scrappy one, maybe?
Yes,
but Milgaru,
the minefield, going for the back.
doesn't find anyone, though. Milgaru is actually going to be
Sniped
the
down
one.
by
Wait a second. Oh.
And IQ. Bionade. Seems like this will be the solid defense. Only 10 seconds to go. VARREL can have Nano. Bops out from Nico. They get the touch. Get next to payload.
The
Nano.
Nano's on Nico. However, not the, I guess, ideal target. And KSG has to be demeched and just like touch. This is probably just going to be curtains for VARREL and INSOMNIA. I mean, they didn't full cap Bill's Blizzard roll, but they still are able to make a good hold on point B, and they will equalize the series.
2-2. After what we thought, VARREL is just going to run with a 3-0. So INSOMNIA now, I think, guarantees their first place spot, even if they lose this match, because the map differential now will be, after 2-2, it's still +2 for INSOMNIA. So with just one map, VARREL cannot catch up to that differential because VARREL lost one already. INSOMNIA still yet to lose a series. I know when we're talking numbers at you, it feels like math class, but
I was about
at
to say
the end,
the same thing.
yeah, at the end, you just have to remember, even if INSOMNIA loses on the series, they will still keep their first place.
Yep. So this is really important for INSOMNIA. Like I said, pre-map, this is going to be, however it goes, this is going to be a really big moment for INSOMNIA, because this is going to be a big confidence boost for them, because no other team in the Japanese region has been able to finish better than VARREL in the regular season for the past few years. So this is a huge statement. Of course, they have a good long playoffs to go. They have a long way to go if they want to match the Korean teams and the Pacific teams on OWCS Asia. But small start.
Yeah, and also weirdly sound if INSOMNIA loses to VARREL, but VARREL lost to Lazuli. Then
So
it's
it's
like a
the big
tri. It's like the big circle of
It's
circle of life,
circle of life. Yeah,
or the food chain
the
in
life
a way.
weave.
The not life weaver. No,
All right, never
no,
mind.
I would just say no, straight up no. But that can be a thing when we go into seeding, and if that happens again in the seeding tournament, we could have some ties. We could have some tie breaking, depending on. We do have the tie break rule, but I
We do.
can't remember exactly.
I do remember.
Yes.
Because I wrote the rules. For the
Map
record.
differential.
Map differential, head to head, and
the
then strength
winner-
of schedule.
Yeah, strength of
Strength of schedule doesn't really matter in the seeding tournament, seeding deciders, because everyone's going against the same opponents, right? So it's not going to be the strength of schedule. Then it has to be a all parties have to go against a single map tiebreaker.
Yeah, single map. Is it? I believe it was control.
Yes, control.
I believe it was,
Correct.
control single, and when that happens between the three teams, we just have to have a lot more games, not just a single game.
Yeah.
So if that happens, I hope it happens during the seeding decider, because I would like to see some more games coming down from these teams. INSOMNIA seems like they're back. It's actually working the other way. The first two, it really seemed like, okay, VARREL, they have it down. This should be the comp, and INSOMNIA, a little bit wonky, and they're starting from 3. It's the other way. VARREL, I thought they had it, and then something's not working. Some nails are just unscrewed, and INSOMNIA, oh man, they gelled it together. They went to Daiso and bought some really good bonds within the break, and it's been working. It's been fixed, and it seemed like it's glued well enough for the 2 games. Is it still going to be tied?
I think if you just go back to the points where we discussed on Lijiang Tower, it's still the same, basically the same composition in essence, right? The double flex supports, yes, the Ashe is also included in the backline, but still a very vulnerable backline where not a lot of, I guess, mutual protection for each other. And then Milgaru, especially on point B, finds some way to dive into that backline, gets a few eliminations. Then after they lose a members early, then they just lose all momentum to go forward. So I think finally INSOMNIA has found that coordination, or maybe just remembered somehow, oh, hey, coach probably said that we should probably just drive their backline, and they duly did. So this is going to be the important part, because map selection is going to be in favor of VARREL, because they just won
They just lost.
Yeah. I mean, they won 2 maps in a row, and thanks to that, it's going to be their selection for the final map. I would say Colosseo once again, because if they're going to run this double flex support without any substitutes, yeah. So if it's probably not going to be New Queen Street, and it's probably going to be Colosseo, maybe Runasapi, but I
don't know, because I haven't seen Ilari much on all push maps throughout all the Japanese teams and also the other regions. So I actually don't know. Maybe Runasapi works the best.
If I'm VARREL though, I would go for Colosseo. If you're going to run the same composition that you're running right now, if you're not going to have Mint on for map 5 for some random reason, I mean, if Mint's going to be featuring on map 5, why not play him on map 1 and 2? Oh! New Queen! I'm wrong again! What?
1/3. There's not a good Gamba day.
Hey, but
we just lost all the channel points.
Yeah, I just lost the Gamba. All right, chat, you won me over there. But New Queen Street, this is really interesting. I'm curious to see if Mint is actually coming in, because New Queen Street is, I guess, Winston would be very viable here. Maybe the Malga works as well. If you're VARREL, if I'm Payne, who's the head coach of VARREL, I might even go for a Tracer Sombra. I would be okay with a Tracer Sombra here.
Tracer Sombra, and I think we have to talk about tanks. Jungle Queen works. Some even Ramatra can certainly work on the map depending on the choice. milgaru has been picking a lot of ball. And KSG back on D.Va. Let's see what the choices will be. This map determines the winner for the series. Let's see if it's VARREL or INSOMNIA.
I am still looking for that hover after 7 seconds, but before that, we do have to honorably mention the KBBQ in Toronto. Yes. I believe that's going to be mad expensive, but still. Oh, also some Po. I like Po. Man, I'm hungry now.
And for real, I want some, especially in the morning sometimes, or BBQ, any food at this point.
All right, interesting to see. No sort of Winston on either side. INSOMNIA going just the default composition, which they've been playing just basically the entire season with, and they'll go on the ball. And going against that is going to be D.Va, which is serviceable on this map, which is pretty strong on this map in general.
But KSG not really extending the hero pool. Let's see what it come up with. milgaru, ball, not bad, but a little more exposed in terms of what you can do on the map.
Yep.
Don't really see ball coming out from any other player else than milgaru.
Because milgaru is him. But I jest here, but still, milgaru look. I think it all comes down to survivability in a sense that milgaru just doesn't die as much as the Winston against certain compositions, and that's going to be really crucial for INSOMNIA. Oh, as I say, did I just cast request that if milgaru just dies?
Good NT. But still recalls. Thought it was a little dangerous if you go a little too far. It seemed like Undersea stepped a little too far over there on the other side. So 12 minutes and 12 meters. And pushing, excuse me, VARREL places the pylon on top. We'll find these isolated kills.
Alright, so this is going to be a little bit rough for INSOMNIA because they got the Brig and Ana for a little bit of some protection for the Ana, because usually Ana's, of course, at the pro level, you'll just hit all of your healing, but still, Ana isn't generally, once again, you don't really have a really super good nano target. You just here for, I guess, the good nade angles and some utility like that. But if your backline gets dove first, then probably INSOMNIA, it's going to be a little bit rough.
Cover. And the sleeve still goes down because the Venture can now do the extra dive with the target. Still no touch just in front.
Ooh, good nano from IQ to keep milgaru alive, but just for a sliver of a second, I guess.
And now that's a touch already after just about 2 minutes plus. VARREL, 4 ultimates to go. Aid, no more Venture, says.
This kind of makes a little bit more sense, but at the same time, it kind of puts Aid in a little bit of a disadvantageous situation because he is outranged.
Oh, what a captive!
Yeah, he's gonna be outranged by the Ashe, but yeah, I agree. What a good captive, and that's gonna
the rally from Wagayume.
That's gonna keep the momentum from VARREL up. And remember, the nano hasn't been expended from the side of VARREL, so they still have another chance at going at early aggression. Kuki taking down Wagayume means that can keep going on. VARREL probably just nano the D.Va, just have a D.Va on everyone's face on the side of INSOMNIA.
This is looking scary. Ooh. There's a pulse. Undersea fires back big time. That might be good enough to swing the tide. As INSOMNIA, it almost seemed like VARREL was about to finish this in an extra minute or so. Finally, some turns. milgaru alive. Yuki somewhere with no HP. There we go. INSOMNIA stabilizing things a little bit. VARREL still got 2 big tools.
So while the madness was happening, we saw a lot of changes from the side of INSOMNIA. We no longer see the Brig Ana. Like I said, the Brig Ana is a very good combination in its own right, but with this composition that INSOMNIA has, it doesn't really have a good nano target. Maybe Aid when he has a tectonic shock, but that's really conditional. So this makes a lot more sense. It does give not just mobility to the entire team, but also they can just dive together, and VARREL with a very immobile and vulnerable backline can just have a very hard time against this composition.
KSG was nanoed, but Nico found back from spawn now. Again, the back line. milgaru with the snipe, with the Lucio. extra damage now, something that Insomnia has been missing for the series. Will find it and start their own push into 24 meters. Bit of a trade on the road. But still, that seems like a fine job. Mihawk down, less healing. But Aid can surely come back from the spawn quickly enough.
Yeah, probably going to be back before Mihawk does. And VARREL probably going to look for the contest before the touch. There it is. And Insomnia knows this. They are going to use the Kitsune Rush. Let's see if they can get the sound barrier online.
Quick heal back. Still, Undersea taken down. No pulse. KSG must fall. Venture with the drill. Through the ground into the side. And that's one way to position yourself.
Insomnia's, they think that this is going to be the difference maker fight here. Bilkar taking down Cloud. So they will look, okay, the butt scratch is going to be there. The 7-second butt scratch.
Which is the Tectonic and the early rush. I think that was kind of worth it. On top of that, mines or sound barrier that would have been a little too much. But that was a good investment, I would say.
Yeah, that's the mines to, I guess, deter VARREL from, I guess, coming in. And it gives them a lot of space, much needed space and time for Insomnia to try to push and close that gap. The gap is now about 28 meters.
Can you do it again?
Oh, and also took
Big cover from KSG and that takes it out.
Yeah, also ate that pulse bomb as well. So those are a lot of tools from Insomnia taken away.
Captain Sun was used from Q-Loud and also takes out Aid, KSG. The back line, so Insomnia not really put into trouble as much as this robot will start the run towards that 98 meter mark. Will take some time, so Insomnia should be back with full team by then.
This is probably going to be the fight that determines the destiny of Insomnia here. The only real ultimate that they have is the sound barrier, and VARREL has the Pulse Bomb and the Nano, so a tool, an ultimate advantage for the side of VARREL. But Insomnia, they have to win this, because if VARREL wins and gets further push, it's probably going to be harder, really difficult for them to come back from this.
Even with the sound barrier, losing a lot more members. Insomnia, this can't happen. It was only, I believe, not on everyone, but still, VARREL ended up using few plus. But that sound barrier should be one tool that should bring you the team fight victory. But hasn't been happening as much. I don't know what the comms are like from Insomnia, but here's KSG. Again, Mihawk is the target on the back.
Ooh.
Quickly found with Undersea. The bar just disappears. And those two are on duty.
Yeah, VARREL doesn't really have to be in a rush. They're in no rush. They know that they're in the lead, and as long as the bot stays in Insomnia territory, they should be fine. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. Insomnia, they probably have to wait for Wakayumi to come back. Their opener is going to be the Kitsune Rush, and they know that VARREL doesn't have any ultimate, so this is going to be a prime opportunity, but still.
Right on Kyuki. And also the back line had to be forced inside of that room. Careful, even if you're a Venture. Do eventually get found that you don't have that much HP since you're a DPS.
The thing about right now is that still, even though VARREL is kind of like losing members one by one randomly right now. Oh, never mind. Insomnia is the one that's taking the baton and going to get random members dropped off. But the fight is always in Insomnia territory.
Captain Sun? You want to go further?
Ooh, nice kill. All right, once again, so this is going to be, I guess, more and more difficult for Insomnia now, because remember, they have to be the ones that not only have to push all the way back to VARREL territory, but also have to push like 30 extra meters. So this is going to be like 1, 2, 3, at least like 3.5 or 4 fights in a row that Insomnia has to win in order to match the progress from VARREL.
Yeah, really good hack coming back with the Sombra. And this defense didn't have to use too much. Sound barrier still kept. Insomnia. And they're coming back with a comm that really works, even against the D.Va. We could actually have a Sombra Tracer battle between both teams. soon enough.
Yeah,
Less than a minute.
I think that it really makes sense for VARREL to run the Tracer Sombra, even more so than Insomnia, because it is really more effective against the ball and also against the Lucio as well. Aid, you don't want to reveal yourself like that.
We got Translocator.
True.
It's okay. There's a hack. There's an early sound barrier. Opening up the fight, but can they
They
continue this into a fight?
They absolutely need to win this fight. And like even trades like this are not even good for Insomnia as well. Remember, like I said, it's still in neutral territory. The bot, the push map is all about pushing the bot.
And caught. Nico down. 12 seconds. Insomnia. They need a massive push. One's not good enough.
One's not going to be good enough. Like I said, this is going to be at least 2 fights in a row that Insomnia needs to win. And 1 fight lost.
This is the EMP.
Okay, that's step 1. So they still need 1 more team fight win.
And everything that Yuki had, tossed down. And Insomnia going for the extra 28 meters push.
So this is probably going to be the last fight. The most important part is going to be that Cloud will have the Captive Sun. And the big question, is IQ going to do enough damage for that Kitsune Rush to be in? Because that might prove most crucial in Insomnia's chances.
Captain on both IQ.
Oh, this is over.
Can't survive. Nico finds Undersea. 2 down. The third one gone. And that's a big tool, which Insomnia doesn't have. Entire team wiped out. Overtime. VARREL has it, and that's the end of the series. VARREL does end up winning at the end, but still, because of all the results throughout the round robin, Insomnia does keep their first place, but a series win is very important going into the seeding matches.
Yeah, I think that both teams have, I guess, some bragging rights on either side, because VARREL, they won the series against Insomnia, so same logic. When they go into playoffs against Insomnia, they were like, hey, remember the last time we went against each other? We still won 3-2. What do you know? And Insomnia fans will be still, again, with the same logic, they will be, hey, remember regular season? We actually placed higher than you. So both teams will be coming into playoffs with confidence. I think VARREL still well-deserved victory. I think they were the better team. They did look a little bit vulnerable in maps 3 and 4, but still generally looking, they looked like the better team. Insomnia, I don't want to be too critical. It took them a little bit too long for them to wake up, and then when they did wake up, they did look very decent. However, if you want to win a region that has been very dominant by a single team for the past few years, they need to evolve a little bit more. They just need that 1% or maybe 2% a little bit more.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest challenges that VARREL had in years of Japanese Overwatch history. Insomnia was very close, but they didn't come up with a full answer of how to handle that Illari on the other side. Of course, Illari was played in all maps. The support line, it was just Ana and Illari. That combo was never changed. I think it was never changed.
Yep.
Through all 5 maps, even for a second. Maybe the Life Weaver grab?
No, the Baptiste.
Oh, Baptiste was in there in the middle a little bit. But if you find a good answer, I think that will break VARREL down because it was so close. Insomnia still looks really good.
Yeah.
I think going into seeding matches, I think that this match has to happen once again, at least.
Yep.
So that'll be very exciting. So it seems like we do have an updated standings.
Yep, definitely. Like you.
Oh wait.
No,
is that right?
No.
VARREL +1, Insomnia plus. No, VARREL.
Oh, wait, that is actually correct. VARREL 1-3-2. So.
Hey, you're right. My math was totally wrong all this time. Because Insomnia was 14. Since they lost, it's -1.
So they got 13, and Insomnia lost 1, so they're also 13. And so the map differential is the same, so they go to head-to-head, and VARREL won against Insomnia. So actually, VARREL is #1. Okay, so ditch everything I talked about Insomnia and their psychological wins or whatever about going into the playoffs, but Okay, VARREL fans will be very happy now. Okay,
Okay.
we're still #1 in Japan. Also, we
It's
also
a little
beat
too
you
early for the
in
gamer
group stage.
time. It's only 7 p.m. now, so I'm just waking up. Sorry, guys. The math live broadcast very tough. That's why we have to be updated. That's why we just saw standings just to make sure that everyone's on the same
Sure.
page.
Yeah, production saved us there.
Yes. Player of the match is Kyuki.
All right. To be honest, I'm a little.
Yeah, Kyuki's, I gotta say.
Uh-huh.
Echo, not just Echo, Farah,
Uh-huh.
cool, incredible moments. Circuit Royale, I was impressed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that Cookie was bad. Cookie did show up with a very good performance. I'm kind of salty because I voted for Mihawk and Cookie got the win. So, but I mean, I think especially in the early stages of the game, the Farah was not answered at all from the side of Insomnia. So early lead secured thanks to Cookie. So I mean, well deserved.
Yep, and with that, there's a bit of an update on the BOTM rank. Kyuki, Nico, Mihawk, all getting 1. KSG, all the way up there. And 8 is the first one to hit that 4. Bam.
Yeah, he might have hit 5 if he won today, but I mean, we'll see how the playoffs goes. Playoffs is another, I guess it extends to the playoffs as well. Still a lot more matches to be played, at least 3 for the seeding matches, and then we go on to the playoffs. But I mean, to sum up today's match, it was a really close match, and it was really VARREL throwing questions at Insomnia. Hey, we have this really cool double flex support composition. Can you answer it? And then you also throw a Farah to the mix. And then Insomnia was like, oh, no, we can't answer it. But then after like map 3, okay, wait, you die when we dive them. And so finally they got that Eureka moment and they fight back. Also, Knee Queen Street was relatively close at the very end if they just didn't concede that much of a lead very early on. I think they might have that map might have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it's the Captive Sun, it's kind of weird in a way. It feels like the last season or the season before where Sojourn just hits that overclock and then boom, it's overclock! Everyone hide!
Yeah,
it feels like that. Oh, it's Captive Sun! Oh my god, the power of the sun! Everyone hide!
Exactly.
It feels exactly the same, right?
Exactly.
and the big difference is that as a support doing the ultimate, I don't get it sometimes.
And remember, this is the nerfed Illyari. It's still very strong. I mean,
Yes.
let's see if it also kind of like the other agents think the same way as well. But at the current moment, it doesn't seem like at least, I mean, because I believe that VARREL also practiced this composition in scrims, right? Because they probably just wouldn't have brought this up without practicing at all. So at least in the Japanese region right now,
they ran a couple of matches beforehand.
Yeah.
So I think it was all good. But that was only 1 out of the 4 matches. We do have 3 more matches to go through. Next one will be REVATI versus Telomere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
今回はアナイレーションもあります。しかし後ろから飛び込んできた、これはケージファイトの構えだ。
いやただこれはゲージの中に大量に人がいるので
難しいか。いやイモータリティフィールドで防衛していたんですが、外側からのテクトニックショック、今度はエイド。
テクテクショックの合わせ、ここでとどめはちょっと厳しいですね今のは。
さあフォーク、うわもうこれはコーチが一発では足りないが、ハルテルとパルス、ハルテルパルスでダブルキル。さあ状況はどうだ。ハルテル3人目、
何やってんだお前。
2対2、阻害が入っている。ミーガルを仕留めたハルテル。
And welcome back, everyone, and thanks for the wait. I know the timer has been added time, but there's a reason. And so there's an issue with a Telomere player from Telomere, and can't really exactly reach. So there's a reason why that we were giving some extra time, but according to the rulebook, the player has to show on time, and after 15 minutes, if a team is not allowed to play with the roster, 5-man roster, then the team does not win the game. They actually have to forfeit the match. So, and I believe the 15-minute is almost up. Well, I think we just passed that timeline.
Yeah, we do have to check about comp ops with that, but I believe that it is almost time to do that. And just for, I guess, clarity, if you have another player on the roster that you haven't so this is how it works. You submit the starting roster before the match, and if for a very emergency reason that player does not show up, you have with a official warning. Of course, you do have the option of using your sub members
if
on
you
the
have
roster.
subs,
Yes,
yes.
if you have subs to play on that map as well. However, unfortunately for Telomere right now, they only have 5 people in their roster. So currently, as it stands right now, Telomere, unfortunately, unless that player just suddenly
Suddenly is
Suddenly
ready
appears.
to just hook up and ready to go, and just within the last 20 seconds, but I think the time's already passed. So we will go according to the rulebook. As it states, REVATI will have a 3-0.
Yep, that is how forfeits go. Unfortunately, of course, I mean, I don't think even REVATI would be happy with this, because I mean, of course, 3-0 in itself is a satisfactory result, but I mean, you want to fight for it, right?
I think you want to fight for it, and on top of that, because we do have the LCQ next week, I think you want to try out a few more things and get some more actual match play time. Scrim's never the same as the actual match. There's a different air, atmosphere, and the pressure.
Yeah, there's a reason you call it the Scrim Bucks, right?
Scrim is never the same as the actual matches. So that will be a 3-0 victory for REVATI, since Telomere had to forfeit this match. So which makes it, I guess, a 3-match day now, since one of the match out of the 4 is gone. So with that update,
All right, let's kind of see. Oh, is there an update?
Oh no.
Okay. So
With this
just,
update, the entire news.
yeah. So the update with the standings right now, of course, I think the graphics team still needs some little bit of time to process this. It still keeps REVATI in 5th. It puts them at 3-4 in match record, and also -1, -1 in map differential, which still isn't enough to get NyamGaming, even if they lose, because NyamGaming is at 4 wins. So unfortunately, REVATI still won't be able to make it to that top 4 cut. They will have to fight their way in the play-ins for any playoff chances. But being on 4th I think it does lock them on 4th, on 5th.
Oh, 5th, because they already beat MFC, and the map differentials are a little too big
and because they
two
become
teams.
-1, and even if MFC wins 3-0, it's -3 for them.
This math we can do, and we were pretty sure about it, because REVATI did beat them MFC.
This time I'm doing the math. For the no,
we're doing both. We're checking the schedule. We're checking the rule book. We're doing the math because we have extra time. But, ladies and gentlemen, I am very sad to tell you that we are going into another break, and because it's sudden news, even for the upcoming teams, we might have to take a longer break, because we do have to. Because the later teams expected a later time to play the matches, but this is a sudden news in the second match of the night, so you might have to take a longer break. If it's short enough, then we will have the less timer, but let's see how long it takes to come back. But we still do have 2 more matches coming up for the last day of round robin for Japan, so stick around and we will be back after that timer.
stop me now. No one can stop me now.
注意が見張っている。ただちょうどカーディアックが終わった後パルススタックダブルキラー。さあラズリーここからの反撃開始だ。
来ましたね。そうだ。
ロボットタッチまだ戦闘は続きます。ただアルティメットがない。オーバーランズケージデストワイだ。これがリーサルウェポンか。
Welcome everyone to the last day of the round robin for Japan. We just crossed the halfway of today. Match 2, done. Match 3 though, Lazuli versus NFC. Lazuli seems to be the favorite, but after yesterday, I don't know anymore.
Yeah,
They did not grab the win against NyamGaming, which mattered so much. And now I really don't know what exactly to say against Lazuli. They seem to be totally like a top 3 material. Like I had that down on my paper, on my notes, on my Excel sheet. And then after yesterday, I literally just deleted that.
Yeah, I mean,
from their information.
To be honest, they kind of look like the Fnatic of like Japanese version of Fnatic in the Korea region. At some moments, like especially when they beat VARREL 3-2, they looked like they might actually be that prodigy, that like the chosen one to finally drag VARREL down from, I guess, the monopoly from the Japanese Overwatch scene, But then you look at, I mean, of course, INSOMNIA is a great team in themselves, but still 0-3 against INSOMNIA and then 2-3 against NyamGaming. And it was not just a 2-3, it was by, I would say, a very morale-crushing defeat on that very last game over there. So which version of Lazuli do we expect? I mean, I'm not really sure.
Well, going back to 2 days ago, against not even Namekuji brothers, that one map loss, which that was Witchery on the support line. And then after dropping the first, they took 3 back after shooting, going back to DPS. So it made all the sense in the world, going back to what they are usually doing. But when they're not doing that, even if they are trying it, I think because of the role swaps and sometimes not really having the entire team members on here. And also, similar things could be said for MFC, not having Supreme sometimes, having Supreme sometimes. Depending on the active roster today, which I have no clue. They have been missing a lot of Supremes recently, MFC. Lazuli, they've been changing around a few things. Maybe both teams are getting ready for that seeding tournament. But we'll see we'll see what happens today. I still think Lazuli should be the favorite of this matchup. Yeah. But MFC is also trying new things. So as long as we keep that, change one thing at a time, please. I can't follow this many things changing at the same time.
I mean, definitely not expecting Shuri to play the support today. I think that was Wolf that was casting that there, right? Wolf was like coming like, what? And then,
yeah, it was myself and Wolf on Monday, we were just shaking our heads like this isn't working.
There you go. Shui's on the damage. So rest assured, guys, got some on the tank instead of Leon Optrix. So this might hint a little bit of a, I would say, flex off tank somehow. Because Gotsum is usually, from what I've remembered, is usually the Sigma player on this team. So I would be surprised to see a Sigma on control, maybe some hints of a Diva, or maybe even the Ramatra, depending on the map. It's going to be Nepal, so maybe Diva would be the prominent pick, and then if things don't really work out, maybe also the Ramatra, like we said. So a little bit of a different look from Lazuli, but nothing so crazy, though.
Yeah, Gotham is known for his a lot more for Ramatra, especially from the meta days. Leo, of course, one of the I think certainly only when talking about Jungle Queen, I think Leon Optrix is the best from Japan. It has enough tools to actually turn the tide around. That's how much potential they had. Did try some Reaper comps with that Jungle Queen, but of course with Gotham now might be going into a total opposite side. Might be just seeing the heroes that you're seeing on the screen and moving things to MFC. Okay, Supreme is back. We do have Frogger, so Aokigahara back on bench. This is the roster. This I think is the strongest starting roster for MFC.
Sure, definitely I agree. This is also, remember, Tayo played the support a little bit to I guess, fill for Supreme, but looking like they are playing where they're most comfortable with. They definitely have to be at their best if they want to win against Lazuli. Of course, there's not a lot of stakes on this match, to be honest. Like, even if MFC does end up winning against Lazuli today, it's not gonna shoot MFC straight up to playoff guarantee territory. They will stay still, be sixth, but they need that momentum to go, especially for MFC, that they are going to the play-ins and every match counts.
Every match counts, and Namekuji brothers are right below MFC. So if Namekuji can actually win NyamGaming, 6th and 7th can change because of how many matches win and loss will actually change after this.
Sure.
Because MFC will be 2-5, and Namekuji, if they win, with a 2-5, they should have better map differential by then.
That's true.
Yes. Because MFC would be at least getting 1, or depending on the result, map differential might be similar. You never know how it's going to go.
So
down.
theory crafting right now, if MFC loses 2-3, that's -7 for them. Math time again. If Namekuji brothers win 3-2, then that's -7 for them too. MFC did win against Namekuji brothers, so they do have the head-to-head advantage. So if by any chance today we go the full distance and a lot of 3-2s are in order, still it's going to be MFC that is going to stay at 6th place, which is actually pretty important because they literally have a second life in the play-ins.
Yes,
so actually 6th and 7th does make a meaningful difference. Namekuji brothers, they have everything to fight for. MSC, they're just, I guess, it's really weird to say this. As long as they don't lose very heavily, they'll be in a relatively safe spot. But still, like I said, momentum is everything, especially on short-term playoffs like this. So getting a win over one of the top table teams, which is Lazuli, currently at 3rd, would be definitely something that you want going into the playoffs.
Yes, going into the seedings also very important for Lazuli to keep this momentum, as NyamGaming should come out with a win. So that 4th, 3rd, you can't, Lazuli, NyamGaming both can't really climb up to the 2nd place spot. So I think that 4th, 3rd, 4th are also kind of stuck. But it's different whether you finish with a 3rd, the 4th. I think you really want to hit that 3rd, even if you can't go all the way into 2nd. You will be going into the seeding decider matches regardlessly, but still grabbing 3rd just feels a lot better. And the fact that you can actually stand above just for a week, I think that should put your morals, of course, on, and also on Wikipedia, it will leave as 3rd instead of 4th. That's important.
And also remember, G Clef, now that we have actually seedings online, we do have higher seeds in play. So starting from the seeding matches, we will have the higher seed going to pick a control map. So this is also going to be, I mean, however little that may be, that's still a very, in my opinion, that's a really big boon, especially because tanks are so versatile. The tank compositions there's so many tank compositions that you can play, and kind of forcing your opponent to one or two because you pick that map is really, really going to be important.
Yes, this meta certainly is one of the hardest meta for tanks. You have so many heroes that you have to play. You have to play Winston, first of all. And you kind of have to play Mauga.
A little bit, yeah.
Orisa a little bit. Ram.
Yeah, so for example, if you go to Samoa, like if you pick Samoa, then you're basically kind of half forcing them or asking that question, hey, can you play Mauga? Because if you're not, we can, and we're going to have that advantage onto you. So so that map pick can actually prove very crucial. And first map's going to be Nepal.
Yes, so that's why we kind of brought up the idea of D.Va. The only tanks we don't really see is the Nozzle. We don't see Nozzle as much, and also the Hog. I mean, and Reinhardt. We've seen some Reinhardt from like NA, EMEA, but very little, but non-existent in
Reinhardt's
Asia.
really out of favor in this meta right now. I think even the Ramatra, considered kind of like the better Reinhardt at this current moment, is having very little playtime. He does have a little bit of playtime, but still not to a meaningful amount. But still that's still more than Reinhardt. So that's how much Reinhardt is out of favor right now.
That dubstep, I was never this happy to hear that music.
Yeah, it's been quite a while.
It's been 4 days since the last match.
Actually, yeah, it has been quite the while.
And I've grown a beard and mustache because it took so long. But we're back in game. Thanks for the wait, everyone. I know you want to enjoy the matches. Of course, you got to see. You got to get your incentives a little bit because of the timer.
Yeah, let's look at the bright side, right? So you got a little bit of boons for your viewership incentives over there. It's looking at vastly different compositions, and early on, there's a lot of action going on. Just, I mean, I was about to explain the compositions, but explanations began already first kills.
Yeah, quick kills, especially when you have this much Pharah and when you have the extra speed. These actually happen. When you try to come in from the small choke, you just end up taking so much splash. And first cap coming through, Lazuli quick.
Yep, no contest from MSC just yet. Lazuli, their team, the name of the game for them has always been their DPSs. The Shui and Hidden are elite DPSs in their own right, with Shui even having been on like the earlier years of the Overwatch League in Olympus Spitfire, and Hidden always has been a bright spot on Poker Face. They are definitely going to have to, I guess, perform well if the win conditions, rather, of Lazuli over there, and they are proving so as they are picking MFC Supreme. Shui doing a lot of work.
Yeah, right in there. Yes, Romani tried to contest in with the Jungle Queen, but when you can have the speed, but once you are in or near that control point, maybe you can get a lot more. But since that was an issue, getting in, it will be the first issue since you're taking so much damage, as you can see. Shui already harassing, and no ultimates coming online anytime soon. So big damage again off screen.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation from MSC Supreme though, because they know that with the existing composition, they will not have an answer to this Pharah and Shui, who has been doing so much work already on this Pharah. So Tayo onto that Echo, which is kind of like the natural counter for Pharah. Doesn't make sense, but still, Gotham taking, like, you do have to have your tank alive if you want to win these fights.
Oh, the push. Is there extra? No. Shui was actually on the other side doing tons of work, and Lazuli is just chilling near MFC's base. Nearly spawn camping them now. 78.
Yeah,
climbing high.
MFC playing Mystery Heroes right now as Killa and Tayo. They will probably, it's likely that they will hit overtime before they even get their first ultimates online for the DPS duo. Yes, Supreme does have the Amp Matrix online. Still, it's going to be a massive disadvantage for the side.
For that secret barrage. Not really spotted. Only kill on point. Some contest for the overtime.
Hello is going to be an important member to keep.
Raj on top. 1-1 trade. Not so bad, actually, for NFC. Got the Matrix up. Hidden challenge from Tayo, but instantly taken out. That might just do it. A near team wipe as Romani just falls. 100-0. Lazuli takes the very first, very confident and solid game coming out. NFC couldn't contest as much. So.
Well, I mean, that's actually putting a very gentle way of putting it. I just would go as far as to say that MFC just looked very lost and didn't even have a chance on that last round over there. So I think on Village it was number one, they swapped comps a little bit too late. The idea was okay because yes, Echo is, like I said, her kit is a natural counter to the Pharah, so it does make sense, and also matching the Ashe is also in range perspective is really okay. But then you were just too late. The ult charges were never, so the ult charge difference was is insurmountable that they never had a chance back into the game.
There's some more damage. There's Reaper and Genji from Killa Tayo. NFC, let's see what they can do in a second. Romani. Better hit to open up. Tayo off to the side, getting the heal.
Interesting choice of composition from the side of MSC. They don't really have a lot of anti-air capabilities, so it's going to have to be Supreme who is going to have to take care of Pharah. Once again, Lazuli, this Pharah pick is proving to be much valuable. They're finding a lot of value on that Shui pick here.
Lazuli were pushed back, but great defensive form all together. Not pushed all the way back, had good setup for the side. Got Killa down first, and then
Supreme was almost down.
3 shots coming down from Hidden Shui, these two DPS duo, Ashe, Pharah, and Reaper Genji. Let's see how they can still. It seems to me that the damage from the Rockets are way too much.
Yeah, so MFC Supreme, their new comp is that they have to close in. But the
Look
problem,
at the HP bars on NFC.
yeah, the problem is that there's so much poke on the Lazuli side that by the time MSC is anywhere near Lazuli right now, they're just too low to fight.
Yeah, some players are just having hide and seek moments. As not many can even come out from the spawn gate. Hidden up on top, got Hila, what a shot.
Yeah, that was what a shot. And also a good shot from Supreme for Hidden, so this is going to alleviate a lot of pressure from the side of Lazuli, so MFC have a little bit of space to work with. However, look at the old churches once again, G-Clef. MFC, they're about like at best 70%, but look at Lazuli, they already have both of their DPS ultimates. Terra Surge is going to be online, and also the Kitsune Rush is going to be online as well.
And NFC, they tried to come in. Ronnie stepped in for a split second, but all of them going downhill, staying down. Already low for now, shouts in, Romani.
This is probably going to be the last fight for MFC if they lose.
Forces out a little more. Tayo got one, still alive. Very low, taken out by Kiru. Barrage for the 1-1 trade. Killa out there, both DPS down for Lazuli. Can they keep up with the 3? Frogger does have the sound barrier early up. Kiru not yet, 10% off.
All right, there is that sound barrier. It's going to be pushed by Gotsum, so a little bit of value deteriorated. Overtime is there. It looks like MFC...
Good Terra. Gotsum survived. Oh, even through the pulse, and there's the beat coming down at the perfect time for Kiru. With all the 5 members coming back from the spawn, there's some antis from the Rampage, but without Killa. Can you turn it around? Romani, this is your time. Tayo very low. See targets. Zuli still in this.
Romani trying what
Tayo trying to be the lifesaver with the blade. That's a third. Going to the 4, teleports away for the target with speed.
Yeah, at this one he just has to be a touch bot.
Gotsum still there.
Oh, wait a second.
Gotsum never died in this game.
I might have spoken a little bit too soon, as I thought Tayo was just going to be that touch bot, but it was just also a very good coordinated effort with Frogger from Tayo to make sure that not only do they just touch, but they don't attract like aggro by themselves for too long, and that was the difference. A slight mistake from either of Tayo and Frogger there, and that might have been just Nepal going to the side of Lazuli, but now they have a second chance. The question is, how are they going to react to that early Kitsune Rush? Okay, that is how they do it.
Exactly how you pull a fair. It's a very hard skill. He landed. Yeah, good heal pack. Stealing that away. Now Lazuli pushed all the way back, only 35%, but that is already so much better of a start for MFC after getting nothing done in the very first. Lazuli approaching in, has the rush. Navis holding that rush on the back. Kila immediately found hidden. Great shot again.
Yeah, looking like this is slowly going to be MFC bleeding out of members. Tayo taking down as well, and also Shui has the barrage if need be, and it's just going to be celebratory on Romani as it's just going to be cleanup duty.
And the sound barrier just to secure. They had the game already. And that will be Nepal. 2-0 score for Lazuli. What a quick one.
Yeah.
As, there's some fight back for MFC. The blade from Tayo, incredible. But other than those moments, it was rough, taking way too much damage. That's the thing. Right now in the meta, if you really have a Pharah player or not, it makes so much of a world of a difference for your team's power and who you have to fight against. Can you really handle that Pharah? In this case, MFC, no was the answer. Nothing else was close to it. And if this continues, it will just be a 3-0. They have to come up with a solution against Pharah now.
I agree. And I think that theoretically, the MSC has an idea of what the answer is going to be, because we did see glimpses of the Ashe and Echo, but on Village of Nepal, that change came in a little bit too late. So by the time MFC already had the Ashe and the Echo online, the DPS duo were like at 70% ult charge, so there was no way that they were going to ever contest the ult economy. So I think they definitely have to, if I'm MFC right now, they have to definitely think that, oh, Pharah is going to be a thing today, and they have to go against Pharah. I don't know if it's going to be the D.Va. I don't know if Romani has it in his kit, but maybe the D.Va might be also viable. I also do think that Echo should, if also Tayo is comfortable playing with it, Echo should be played until Lazuli thinks that Pharah is no longer viable.
So that's the minimum line that NFC has to break through. Forcing that Pharah into another hero, I think that is required. Unless we go to a map where Pharah is not allowed, which is pretty uncommon, other than Nepal. Well, there are some, but I think Pharah is strong enough to actually bring in most of the maps. I can't really...
Yeah.
Maybe Junkertown, but we never have Junkertown anyway, so it doesn't matter. Shambali Point B, you can still use...
Shambali would be one of the maps that I guess you could try to not use. Echo, and also maybe Circuit Royale, Sorvasa. Yeah, this would be probably one of the maps that you would probably prefer. The Genji Tracer or the Ashe Tracer, etc., etc. So a little bit, giving a little bit of agency against the Pharah. So I kind of like this pick from MSC. The problem is going to be, is the Pharah going to be the end of the tricks that Lazuli has? Because if Lazuli can prove that, hey, you guys kind of shut down our Pharah through map picks, we're going to show you something else, and we still kind of crush you on it, then MFC probably doesn't really have an answer to that.
Let's see if they can find some extra solutions. Both teams might need an upgrade coming into the second map. It is Flashpoint, Sorvasa. Let's get in.
Alright, the lobby says Junbi Kaiyo, which is preparation is complete. My preparations are complete as well. Let's see if Lazuli is complete as well.
I'm never complete. I was supposed to do 4 matches today. I will never be completed.
That's something that I'll never get back.
But Lazuli. Let's see.
Alright, looking at the hovers right now, it looks like Ansem is going to play the Orisa. Obviously, Nepal was a good showing for the Orisa pick as well.
Oh, look, even on Sorvasa. Well, some teams did run it, not that many.
I mean, it's possible to run it. It's just not as easy to make the good angles happen.
Oh, Romani. Where did that damage come from? Must have been rotational caught. Stream down.
That's rough. If you look at the ult charges right now, it probably has to be Hidden and Shui that did all the damage, because they're just like enormously ahead of the ult charge. And maybe Nevis also did some of the damage as well. But anyhow, I think that Tayo might have to consider it going off that Reaper pick, because not only is Reaper not the best, I guess, in the world of taking down Orisas, it also does not do much against the Pharah.
Yes. Oh, we'll see. As Lazuli in position. FC, Fraga, still there. Challenging. It's the first point. There's Romani, who took so much damage in front, but now he'll save with some health left. Push towards the side, but you can still contest. Shui, that's a D.Va's job now.
Boy, how did Tayo even get Shui? But no matters, as what's done is done, and it's a 4v4 fight. It's still anyone's game, but remember the point control is already into Lazuli's favor. Now the
big
flip
turn.
is there.
In good position, there's Nano. Onto Reaper, who was on the side, steps in. No Blossom available yet, but still can chase the target. Kiru down first, those quick Nano. Up, Navis had the rush. Be turning things a little bit as we have 2-2 down. Got them, and tied.
Yeah, probably just gonna stagger a little bit while they just, yep, there it is. And probably gonna make the spawn timers a little bit longer. No wave spawn for the latter members of Lazuli who died a little bit late. Now the ultimates are coming, so this is where the big fights do come. Sound barrier for Kiru will be a lot faster than Frogger at the current moment as it stands, and then Bob, and then if the fight goes long enough, there is going to be the barrage there early.
Bob sound barrier. Out at the same time, Lazuli and NFC kind of backing off to the side. That did a lot of the damage to Bob and no one else.
I mean, good old Bob is very doable, so...
Tayo looking for that Blossom angle. Coming down from the top. Have to watch for that step in. Back in, Terra Surge first, blocking.
Alright, there is that sand barrier to save Romani. I think this is a really good play. Tayo just burnt down before he could even just use that ultimate.
Yeah, I don't think Tayo was in the shield. I saw the shield going on the other fort, not Tayo for some reason. Was that been off timing from the sound barrier? And that's a turn. NFC had 99 after a few fights and a long dragged out fight with Lazuli does end up taking the first. And no big changes coming out, still keeping that D.Va.
I really fail to understand the value in the Reaper pick right now. I think that if Lazuli was running a Winston composition with a Tracer Ashe, I think it does kind of make sense in a sense that not only does it provide pressure against the Winston, it also provides a threat, a flanking threat to your backline. But this Reaper in particular, like just
oh, the dynamite. Oh, even the Blossom.
At least they got that. But I was about to say,
rush. Even committed.
Gotsum.
Gotsum is alive, and the javelin hits.
Gotsum is alive, and everyone else is dead. Oh my goodness! This Gotsum is just like. Well, how many? What? That was like 4 kills.
Now Shui helped a lot.
Yeah, it's still kill credits on 4. So, I mean, that's a carry if I ever seen one. And remember, MFC used ultimates for this, so they were already in a difficult situation. Now they're just in a more and more difficult situation.
Pretty clutch timing on the rush. It's hard to read when you have that less of a member.
Of course.
Hey, look, D.Va. Matrix on top of the step. That's some teamwork going in together and covering up at the same time. You get to do the damage when D.Va is covering up for you as a Reaper. Pop out early, Lazuli. They bought some time, 55%.
I like those skins from Killa though. I'm just saying. But anyways, Tayo stunned a little bit, but is healed up to the safety. And actually, it's going to be Gotsum who falls first. So despite, I guess, ult advantage, this is going to be Lazuli's fight win. At least they got Supreme, which is really important because if Supreme did a lot more healing or damage, that would have been the nano boost for Supreme as well.
Look, this Lucio is just running wild everywhere.
Hey, just
was supposed to be punished, but if you can wall ride that far, and if you want to chase me, you're going to lose your place in the position. Good fire back. Good.
Yeah, good answer from Shu over there. That was a pretty tricky.
Did we see the shield coming down from Frogger? I don't think so. What happened? Was there a javelin?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it was canceled, though.
I certainly saw Kiru's. Making it even worse, 2-0. Lazuli didn't let anyone touch the point. So that push and the stagger, now next to respawn even.
So even despite Lazuli having to use resources for that previous fight, they still have a lot on the board. For example, they have the Kitsune Rush to open up the fight if they want. They also have the speed boost plus the, I don't know, they can combo with any kind of thing. Maybe even the Terror Surge and the Barrage if they so want to. However, I mean, in the other side, MFC, they do have the Nano, and probably the main target, Nano target, is going to be the Reaper, who is closing out to the ultimate, but let's see how much he can do. Last time he used the Death Blossom, it was okay. Let's see if he can do that the same thing a second time around.
Looking for the rush in first from Lazuli. Point taken. Barrage from the top. One trade, but that's with the Nano on Romani. Never mind, as we do have the Reaper down. Don't really know if they really fully want to commit. That was with the Nano, so somewhat expensive fight for MFC, but still come up with a loss.
Yeah, that's going to be painful, and Supreme probably knows that he's not going to get another Nano for anytime soon, so he just wants to go with the Baptiste, get some verticality, and also a heal-centric tool, I guess, skill set, because there's just too much damage coming in from this Lazuli side.
Look, Romani tries to come in, already half HP. A lot of tools. That Blossom canceled right there, 0%. My goodness.
Yeah,
Lazuli just fully prepared to go against whatever MFC is holding.
And also, we're living in the world of AI where bots are just like killing players straight up. Bob was just having a bloodbath over there, and members of MSC, they're just TPing, they're blinking, whatever they can do to get to the point as quickly as they can. And Tayo on the
was on the run, but caught easily. Both DPS down, and Frogger no sound barrier as Romani, Supreme Frogger cannot touch Orisa. Body blocking out of the way, and that's a quick 3-0 on Suravasa. Lazuli showing their strength once again. It seems like we are just speedrunning this matchup now.
Yeah, this really looks similar to more, I guess this kind of looks more similar to the, I guess, Lazuli that has won against VARREL 3-2. This was the chosen one, so Anakin Skywalker's back.
I actually cannot understand any reference because I've never seen Star Wars.
Okay.
Only the very first where the spaceship goes like into the zone, into the new planet, and then it just goes through like the very old one.
Oh,
I think that's the very first.
Okay, episode 4. Okay, gotcha.
And I will learn more about Star Wars during the break, so guys, don't go anywhere. Hey folks, welcome back. We're in the middle of a series of between Lazuli and MFC. MFC not really showing their power as much. Lazuli certainly looking like the big favorite 2-0. That was one of the fastest 2-0 I've ever seen,
Yeah, exactly.
excluding Telomere.
That also happened today, by
Yes. That was one of the fastest. I blinked and the game was over. That was so fast. And all I could see was timer.
Yep.
And after timer, we're in match 3. And already map 3 selection from MFC. I actually don't know. When you're this one-sided against a very strong opponent, where do you really go?
the way. I mean, I guess somewhere that you can't really use a Pharah. So maybe I would guess Colosseo once again. I mean, also like look, when I said about Flashpoint, Pharah is viable, but just not as effective as it would have been with other maps. But still, even on Colosseo as well, it is like if you absolutely want it, Blizzard's not gonna say like stop you. I'm not gonna stop you from playing Pharah on this map.
Yeah, we
However,
don't have ban heroes.
Yeah,
Hero
so
bans.
it's not that they can't. It's just
Junker Town? No. Circuit Royale.
Circuit Royale. So this is kind of a head scratcher for me, to be honest. This kind of entails that you actually play a map that Leonoptrix is comfortable on. So you play the Sigma game. Leonoptrix is a very good, well, Sigma in his own right.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, Leonoptrix also did play a little bit of Sigma, right? So he has
was
a
also
service.
forced to. And Gotham is also really good, well known for his Sigma.
Yeah. So I mean,
Both, yes.
So Lazuli, they have all the options in the world, whereas I'm not really sure Romani plays a lot. I don't know. I have it in my notes. I don't know if he has it in his kit. And also, Pharah is also very viable on this map. We've seen it in the previous series. Well, 2 series before now.
Well, too many series back over the last weekend from Korea, and this is the map for it. It's been Widow, Pharah, the strongest 2 DPS on this map. Oh, Sakume. Davis out.
All right, it's actually going to be
In.
Gotsum in for Lazuli as well. So there is that Sigma composition that we've been looking for. And, okay, interesting composition. I think it was Vec from Korea who started just having these venture compositions around. Lazuli kind of looking like they want to follow suit. MFC are looking for a little bit of comfort. My guess is also Tayo using the Mei. I think MFC has been using this before as well, so I guess they are indeed reverting to comfort. Lazuli. Hidden is going to be a very crucial part of Lazuli's win condition here. Winning the Widow fight is going to be absolutely crucial on either side.
Yes, Frogger. See how aggressive you can be here, Shui. And just borrow away easily.
Yep, I mean, I get the idea. The idea about this venture composition has been like the same ever since Vec played this on Circuit Royale. It's like, get everyone's sight distracted to the Widow fight, and then just bury in and get into access the backline of whoever you're going against. However, there were multiple times where Venture was just nice shot, by the way, yeah. So it was just focused on and just melted. Let's see if Shui would be able to survive, and looking like he will be with the help of Sakume over there. Oh, Shui was very low over there.
Yeah, look at the wall. They tried to push a little further, but Immortality Field already has been used, so they can focus in and go straight in for this half dive. MFC ready at the nano. May still up there. Hidden being targeted, and there's less of an exit, but we'll let him go because they will hit the first point.
Yeah, Tile using the Blizzard for this, I guess, a safer cap onto point A. That's going to be a stagger kill, so it's going to be a while for the break to come back. It was an expensive fight, but I mean, at this point, you're down at series point. You're down 2-0 on maps. Like, you definitely have to be safer than sorry at this point. But being said, Lazuli does have all the tools in the world to punish Supreme, MFC Supreme, that has used all their ultimates on point A.
Going up the slope now. See. Leon on attack, Burrow.
Also the tectonic
Going
shock.
into the backside.
Oh, they're gonna start
Flux
things
first.
up with the flux
Link
first.
grabbing.
Only takes one, but is it gonna be enough?
Yeah, the wall protecting. With the leftover damn with the tonic. Oh, good jukes coming out from Tayo. Well, on the other side, Hidden got some. A lot more work, taking out multiple targets, but there was 3 ultimates, big units committed.
Oh, Frogger taking down is going to be really painful for NFC. That's an extra about like 7 to 8 seconds taken off the clock. And if there are any more casualties on the side of the NFC before Frogger comes out, that's going to be really, really problematic. MFC, now this is a basically, remember previously during the season I talked about JRPGs. This is MFC's turn now. Lazuli do have ultimates, but it's more, I guess, it's some of the more weaker ultimates, whereas MFC, they have the refill, they have the basically the mech refill and also the sound barrier as well, so this should be a fight that MFC should be winning, and Keela taking down Hidden is going to be a start.
Oh, what a shot. Hidden was waiting for him on top. The rush, FC. Let's go a little further on top of that purple. Without the field, gone. Sound barrier from Frogger, pushing uphill now. And the ice wall. Just trapping those two inside. Join back with the team, MFC. Continuing on the push. This second point seems totally available now with the amount of push and the respawns coming after the first wave.
Yep, MFC definitely seems a lot more comfortable and organized in this composition. I don't think that Lazuli... Okay, never mind. I think Lazuli may be able to touch here. And it is either going to be the Venture or... It is going to be the Venture. Oh, wait. Actually, it's going to be...
Yeah, with the Blizzard, though. Everyone's frozen. 1-1 trade. Not too bad, as Hidden is all the way in the back. Just looking for a sweet target.
Yep, remember I talked about turns. It is indeed MFC's turn, and they use the ultimates to win this fight, so they will be able to take point B. Lazuli, on the other hand, they will be having the Tectonic Shock and the Gravitic Flux up once again, but the important thing is that G-Club, that MFC is actually, even though if they're taking turns winning fights, the progress on the cart is actually still ongoing. So it's actually, even though if they may kind of get traded over and then maybe even eventually lose a fight, MFC will not be too sad about it because they already had immense progress on the payload.
Even on the third. Ice wall, but Tayo hit big times. Can't go any further. Diva, go for the push.
Tectonic Shock might be crucial, especially on these little, I guess, small corridors. MSC disengaging. Gotsam trying to force the fight. And Hidden taking down Keela. So this is going to be a massive advantage for the side of Lazuli.
More
Remember, one team fight win could be enough for Lazuli to pull cap.
Trying to distract, make sure they can't go back. He made, but Romani got him covered. Tayo right next to him. Payload's been put on the halt a little bit as we try to look at multiple different angles. The Widow fight still happening. See as much.
Alright.
Self-destruct.
Oh, wait a second. I thought for a second that might have been the self-destruct, but it's actually going to be a good shot on from Killa on Hidden. With 2 members down from the side of Lazuli, they actually have, MFC has a very firm holding of the control of the game right now. They will be able to have high ground access with the Diva booster and also the wall drive from Frogger. Hidden takes his revenge as he just rips Killa's head off. So it might be a little bit more delay, but remember, 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Someone's got a touch. There can be long range, but it just has to come down. NFC. Nano Frog down. Can't do the sound barrier.
I repeat, Nano Frog down, and it's, well, of course, Lazuli would have probably wanted a more stable defense. However, they have to work with what they get. They still have 1.5 minutes remaining to, I guess, hold MFC and deny that full cap, which might be a very important win condition considering how close some of these matches may have been. So this is going to be a very important fight once again. Ult economy in favor of Lazuli so far, but MFC, they do have key ultimates upcoming soon. Tayo with that Blizzard online.
Oh, Keela. so much more. There's a Blizzard. I think they want to secure the 3 right now and go for it. Hidden. Bit of a fire back, but someone has to touch the payload. Once that rally's gone, Frogger, quick for that 2v2. Can they make it work? Romani, Frogger, eventually taken down. Quicker response coming from Lazuli, of course, right next to them is the payload. 32 seconds on the clock. MFC, they burnt so much time, and what a shot from Hidden again.
Yeah, one headshot kill from Hidden can just seal the deal for Lazuli right now. MFC, they probably just have to outmaneuver Lazuli to get even touch access to the point, and looking very grim for MFC right now because Sakuma also has the Transcendence as well on the defensive side.
Well placed, and that's Tayo's Ice Wall usually. And blocking skills, Tectonic, Kila taken down. Bit of a trade, but Hidden takes down Divas.
Yep.
And can they actually have the defense up with that many dead? I think so. MFC, they came close, but on this map, it's hard to get a 3.
Well, that's very true. So I think both sides.
Team kill.
Yeah, the late team kill. I think both sides should be. I don't think both will be. Neither will be thrilled, but they're at least content with how things are. Lazuli, they didn't give up full cap. They have a win condition. Also, MFC, I think they pushed a lot further than a lot of people expected to be. A lot of credit towards Kila over there on the other side of the Widow duel. I mean, Hidden also had a lot of heads, but on the other side, I think it was Kila who opened the door, opened kind of like a lot of space for their MFC, especially in the early stages in part A, and also a little bit on that uphill terrain on point B.
Yeah, unless you get more than a double from a Widow on attack, with just a single snipe, it's really hard to get all the way into the 3rd point on this map. So there was a lot of Kila has been delivering until that 3rd point. Had multiple wins against Hidden. I think we started with a 3-0 Widow versus Widow. But once the Diva couldn't go in as much and couldn't contest against Hidden, Hidden was fighting 2v1 potentially. Kila and Romani. The Diva in your face, blocking shots. Kila on the other side. If you jump, peek out, he was getting those heads. So it was very hard for Hidden to stay alive for the first 2.
All right, MFC,
Okay.
they have a very interesting combination here. Excuse me, they have the Ramatra. I was about to say, like, are they planning for like a far forward defense? But I don't think it's going to be the case for this one. Oh, the hook. Hidden.
Oh, the second hook missed.
Yeah, that's not the hook that you were looking for. I mean,
That was weird. The hooks, I think, was supposed to go up, but it just landed on the stairs right next to him.
Anyway, it's going to be Lazuli's turn.
Uh-oh. Hold up.
Big purple over there.
Dangerous. Oh, Kila found. Already Hidden. Back to doing the damage on headshots.
Exactly. Oh, well, Romani was just... That was a good combo from the entirety of Lazuli. And what do you know? Things stabilize. As soon as we say that MFC was actually going to, have an upper hand, Lazuli with a good dive. I guess it was a coordinated dive from Venture over there and friends.
It was almost too funny. Tayo saying, "Hey, that's not our plan, Romani. Like, I used the ice wall already and the block. The team's lost without you." And look, Romani falls all the way back on the side. Bit of a quick team wipe, a second one, and that will hit 1-0 over 5 minutes. Lazuli looks really good after seemed like almost a failed defense. Even a better time bank for them when they go on attack.
Yeah, so also remember that they don't even, Lazuli, they don't even have to full cap this as long as they get the card through the golden box of victory, which is like effectively basically full capping. They do have a chance, and this fight is going to be really important. I mean, not as important because maybe because NFC probably not going to, they don't even have ultimates to trade out, right? So there is such an advantage that they don't even need a ultimate to win fights, so they're far forward. Probably as MFC approaches, maybe they will just have the Gravitic Flux for also stall and maybe getting a kill or two.
Yeah, this is how far Lazuli is already in. It's looking like they already have 2 points, but still a little far away. Has the Flux. That's what Custom is looking for. Waging's up all the way in the van. And this monkey is caught with the nano. Survived for extra seconds, but Tayo
Oh, wait a second.
leading
Tayo doing a lot
duty.
of
But
work.
someone's got to touch. Someone's got to touch to me. Someone's got. Okay, 0.54. I
That
almost
was
lost
a
my
little bit
voice.
close. Yeah, that was a little bit too close for my liking. So, my
They
understanding...
are still going to be able to cap. Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is, I'm trying to make this make sense. Maybe the kind of MFC, they were kind of split a little bit. My guess would be that some of them wanted, hey, we're gonna kind of wait until we have the Dragon Blade and have our key ultimates, and MFC's like, are we not gonna touch the point? And then suddenly they were just divided, and for Lazuli, that's gonna be an easy divide and conquer for them.
Yeah, so still had 4-4-4. It's the time bank. No more Widow on the field from both. Going back to Cassidy.
All right.
More sniping. Let's go with the full team fight. Tayo's still available with the Genji. There's the blade. Not going to use it yet. Looking for the deflect and maybe a better angle as we have Killa down. Waiting for the respawn. Next fight, it will be the one. But they're hoping for Lazuli. Trying to gather up some more ultimate charges before.
Tayo dying there was going to be very crucial. Romani has to pop the Primal Rage just to keep himself alive and also just cure the process. Like, why not? And I guess...
Yeah, because someone has to bounce the payload.
Once again, I mean, they still have about like 4.5 meters. Remember, these are the people who do it at 0.54 meters. So,
Yes,
you know.
that's what this is exactly. Maybe a little more. Maybe one more tool away from MSC's, and Lazuli wanted that. Those ultimates to be used was only the Rage, which I thought was clutch, or else Romani would have been dead. Let's tank. Even with the ultimates, things could have been wild, and Lazuli could have just finished with 3. So going very close.
Lazuli taking this is like a second or third time. Maybe they probably are not far away from the Amp Matrix, and then also the Gravitic Flux as well. I mean, also ever sturdy.
Oh, with the jump. Might be looking for that sound barrier soon enough. Nano in from Romani.
Wait, they are.
But a good D from Lazuli off to the side. Wait, Frogger? A triple?
Frogger? Alright, I mean,
That's almost the game-changing.
Yeah, that's
That's a huge boom.
Yeah, that was when the moment that Tayo died first was probably supposed. It was destined for MFC to just lose that fight, but it was. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, Tayo was
Frogger to the
about to use the
rescue.
blade if that didn't happen. I think it had to be used. Forcing the pressure. Down a little bit since the payload is moving.
This time it's MFC's turn to have all the ultimates in the world. They can even start this with a B Dragon Blade if they want to.
Rage first, Scream. Got one down. It's a problem, no sound barrier. Let's see. It's just Shui down. So in any moment, you're looking for that kill. Hit it.
Hit in,
It's
there
one
it
more.
is.
Genji, can you do it with half HP? Frogger's coming back with the sound barrier. There it is. Is it time for the blade? Here we go.
Yeah, a little bit overdue. Tayo doing what he can, but not finding a lot of members. Also at 4 health is just going to be meleeed to death by
what a
Shui.
KHM blade right there.
And Romani is also going to just get cleaned up. This means Lazuli will have a lot more. Is there anyone to touch? I don't think so.
No,
Yeah,
that is
because
it.
everyone's in the death chamber, and that's just going to be it. Wow. Just, I don't know how to put it. MFC, they did have some decent moments, but in the end, it never looked like they had control over Lazuli at a certain point of the match.
He didn't just popped off after the first defense. Widow 2, at that level, things can certainly you might just overstep a little bit, might miss your headshot and get hit by double, triple times, and then your team suddenly, it's a 4v5 for the next 3 fights, so it might be pushed all the way, but Hidden after taking that many, certainly showed up. Really showed who is the better Widowmaker, and also the Cassidy at the end. Killa, it was almost as if he was just not existent in that second defense.
Yeah, if you also kind of think about it, Lazuli really played to their strengths. Of course, they have very good rosters in all areas. However, it is we talked about this pre-match where the DPS players are going to be the stars of this roster, and they just really showed because Shui and Hidden. I'm not saying that the other players are bad. It's just that these players have a lot more experience playing on even the higher stages. Remember, Shui is an ex-Overwatch League player, and Hidden also played in Overwatch Contenders, and also as a Contenders team, they also played the OWL Asia stage where the Contenders teams could contest with the Overwatch League team. So Hidden has a lot of the experience playing even with the best players. So like I think it was Lazuli playing to their strengths, while MFC, I do think that it was a little bit of a head scratcher, especially on their map picks. But still, as they still have a long way to go, they do have plans. So as long as they can address their issues, they'll be fine.
They just got the boop.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot that they're 3 minutes
delay.
away. Yeah, we're
Yes.
living in the future, so
living
they
in the future,
just got
guys.
that Frogger boot.
Yeah, that was insane. I know, that was
was
insane.
it? It was.
It was the moment. Didn't even need the blade. Oh, blade ended up getting nothing. Yeah, some good moments. Of course, it is the place, the corner right before the pool. By the way, that pool looks so shallow. I thought it was at least like 2-3 feet deep. It seems like it's not even a
yeah, that's kind of like
foot.
the pools where you just put your feet in them, probably.
Yeah, it's a baby pool.
So I mean, all in all, I mean, I'm still kind of trying to recover from how Lazuli just speed ran through MFC. There were like kind of a few moments where I think Lazuli could have kind of like done this a little bit more cleaner, but like
I liked it though. I
Yeah.
like their style, and Shui also trying some Venture. Well, it didn't work too well, but I like both teams trying to use Venture. I think there's some room, not much, to see. I believe it was Dart trying to use it from Korea too. Some hit and miss, some more misses. I would say like 4 to 6.
But I get the idea. Remember, like Dart from Vec usually started this. I wouldn't want to say atrocity, but like actually kind of like a cheese strat from the side of Vec on OWCS Korea. The idea about this is that have everyone look at the Widow while your Venture just digs in and makes life hard for their Widow. Gotsum is going to be player of the match. Well, I guess a little bit. I think this might be his first player of the match this stage. He hasn't.
There were some really good javelins that we. Well, I guess we just skipped immediately.
The entirety of a resupply.
Yeah, I was about to say his on Suravasa. I think there was at least one Ajax and also stun for the kill, and some really good cancels.
Yeah, so good usage, I think. Got some
What happened to POTM rank? We're missing a lot of players.
Yep, I think we're just
Oh, maybe this is only for the top 4 teams.
Oh,
I think I solved I solved the problem, the pattern problem.
All right, so 200 IQ.
Now I can get into Mensa.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, if you're 200 IQ, there's just like no contest about that. But yeah, I think it's a really good positive for Lazuli, is because remember, Leon Optrix has been the starter for most of the season. They just showed everyone on the Japanese region, hey, we have something else on our sleeves. Are you going to prepare for this, or are you going to burn to us like MFC did? Because MFC, clearly, they were not ready for this.
Yeah, but still, I think they stepped up a little more, showed somewhat more variety, also having the maid and circuit. I could really tell they're a team that they love doing what they're good at. They know their strength, but it was just, as a team level and the team power level, there was some gap on it. But still, I think MFC was able to show some moments where they're good at, and the maps you were talking about, Flash Saravasa, Circuit Rail, maybe not the best map choices, but those are the maps that they have been practicing, playing the most. I think it all kind of makes sense. To go up above that level, they need to challenge a little more, do more practice, of course, but they need a lot more time. They can't just do that in a couple of weeks. Maybe 1-2 maps in a couple of weeks, but it takes a lot more practice than that.
Yeah, also like on a conceptual level, they need to find an answer to the FARA, because if you go back all the way to Nepal, they absolutely did not had an answer to that FARA. And of course, like even on Nepal, I said, like, theoretically, knowing the counters is one thing. Being able to execute those are two different things. Even on Nepal, MFC did play the Ashe and the Echo. On theory, should have been keeping the Farah at bay. Did not happen. Maybe that's a coordination issue. Maybe that's something that's that the issue that these players are not really, I guess, too comfortable on the said heroes. We don't know, but those are the issues that they need to fix, because remember, today, the entirety of today, we've seen a lot of Faras, and I don't see that changing into the play-ins and playoffs.
Okay, but gone. And we're done with the third match of the day, but because it's a special day, the last day of the round robin, we have one more coming up. That's going to be, as you have seen from coming up, Namekuji brothers. They're going to come back, and NyamGaming still left to play, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the last match of Japan.
stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Championship Series of Japan. Last day of the round robin. It is the quad day. You have one more left. Namekuji brothers, NyamGaming, yet to play their match here. Another big favorite, NyamGaming, who's very, very high up. Of course, Lazuli with the win. They will be third place, very likely, because they just had a 3-0. Even if NyamGaming has a 3-0, because NyamGaming lost to Lazuli. Wait.
Yes,
right?
they actually won against.
They won against Lazuli, which means NyamGaming, they need a 3-0. Wait, is that right?
No, I think the standings that we saw earlier today was
that should be
wrong.
correct, yes.
NyamGaming should be third and Lazuli should be fourth. But because Lazuli got a 3-0 today, in order for NyamGaming to regain their third place spot, they also have to follow up with a 3-0. Anything that's not a 3-0, so 3-1s, 3-2s, any losses of any
3
kind.
3s, 4 3s, 5 3s.
Wait, are we go? Wait, what?
If that's the case, then NyamGaming might not take their place. But
yes. So
unless
they're
that
going
is the
down
case, unless that's the case, it should be the same standings at the end. If it's a 3-0, looking like the big favorite. But the thing is, Namekuji brothers, they've been getting map wins away from some of the stronger teams. We've seen it against INSOMNIA, against Lazuli. If they follow the pattern, one away from NyamGaming seems like the pattern for at least for the last few matches that Namekuji had been having. Not just on the control, sometimes on control. Sometimes on the second map has been usually the case for their win. So we'll see what happens. Other than those, against REVATI, against VARREL, I think Namekuji brothers, they were weak, kind of weak in week 3. Coming back into week 3, they were weak on week 2, excuse me. In the week 3, they just kicked up the notch and a bit stronger, especially Peace, new jeans to DPS. And you keep on hearing Wolf says, Peace is one of the best DPS. He's really good on the roster. One of the best player on Namekuji. I think he just found a new nozzle.
He found a new nozzle. He just wants another reason to have have Namekuji brothers as his favorite team. I mean, I don't blame him. This team.
Peace is good.
Peace is good. Yeah, and I'm denying that. And also Namekuji brothers, they are a very, I guess, I would say characteristic team, and I really like them. So, and what more can I say? I can't blame
actually,
Wolf for having a favorite.
My favorite player is actually Menhera. Menhera's Ana play is absolutely beautiful. The timing on the Bionades, even you, I know you're the Ana master, but I think Menhera is a lot better, to be honest.
Hey,
I'll put you at that.
Look,
you're going to be ways behind Menhera in terms of Ana, okay?
Look, if I were better than Menhera, I would not have been on this stage. I would have probably been there playing in the lobby right now. So, but fair. But yeah, Menhera is a very good Ana indeed. I guess for the side, also they have a pretty big roster for Namekuji brothers. If I'm not mistaken, they have the max number of rosters in 8. So maybe this is their last day of groups, and we might see a little bit of tinkering around with some of the bench members over here.
But Jisoo never shows up. Jisoo's the
because
CEO.
He's the boss, right? He's the guy in the suit.
What if he says, "I'm stepping up, step aside"?
Well, then somebody's in trouble. So usually
It's
that happens,
usually
right?
Euclid and KO. It's not the first time KO is going to step in. If I remember correctly, I think Menhera was also benched yesterday for a few games. So we'll see. Maybe some change into some offensive supports that we've seen a little more.
Well,
certainly not Lifeweaver on the screen.
Yes, and I would be very shocked to see the Lifeweaver on screen. I am kind of leaning towards the Lucio and also the Ana. So, and also because the tank also goes for the main tank as well. Usually the main tank pool as well. So maybe Winston or Doomfist kind of the like. Maybe the first map's going to be Samoa. Excuse me, spoiler alert. So maybe even the Malga in play, we'll definitely have to see. But still, I definitely think that this is going to be a Lucio Ana or Lucio Kiriko even maybe. So let's see how it goes. New Jeans and Peace. I mean, they are staying there. They don't Oh, they do have Bambi in the mix, so but looks like this is going to be their strongest pick for the DPS side of things. NyamGaming coming with Daisy Scarlet. They don't have any room for substitutions on that. Docs starting over Chang and then Mimosa and Y Dot. So this is your, I guess, regular roster for the NyamGaming. Currently, Chang is there for Diva and Zarya duty, maybe even the Sigma duty as well. So maybe if we go to Circuit Royale, we'll see Chang in. But at the current moment, it seems like Docs is going to play.
Yes. The 5 starting roster, I don't recall ever seeing Chang instead of Docs, because Docs has been just solid. And I might be wrong because my hard drive is kind of full and I need a big upgrade into an M2 SSD, but that's never going to happen. I'm just getting older as we speak.
You gotta cast more days to get that money, right?
No. Like my brain my brain hard
we
drive.
playing the cyberpunk here now, huh?
The cyberpunk. Until we can actually have the medical technology to upgrade our brain capacity of memories. Don't recall Chang exactly after watching all the. So I think this is the strongest. Docs, Ramatra. Not only that, very strong with all the other tanks, and I think Docs is actually a player who prefers less of a Winston, even when Winston is required somewhat. We'll try it out. If it doesn't work, immediately switch into some other heroes, like a lot more Diva, a lot more Ramatra, some more Jungle Queen even. Just a little more off of the traditional, the strongest Winston, because how aggressive their DPS lineup can be.
I think there's some story into why Chang isn't playing. Though this is not by any means official. This is unofficial news because I saw the team sheet right now and Chang is saying that I'm aiming to become the #1 Juno player in Japan, so please look forward to it. And you know what? Juno is disabled until the playoffs. So probably when we see Chang, that's probably going to be on the Juno. #1 player in Japan for Juno. Self-acclaimed.
So Juno's no, not Juno. Chang is Juno one trick? Is that what we're saying?
No, not by any means.
That's why he's not in the roster?
No,
he's in the roster, not in the active
roster
yet?
He's just not starting it because Juno, he is going to be the Juno player, #1 Juno player in Japan. He just can't play Juno yet.
And I actually don't exactly know which map Juno would be better and worse.
None of them, to be honest.
Unless the big hotfix comes in next week when Juno will be allowed. I honestly can't wait. And because it's a seeding matches, I imagine Juno won't be seen as much. Maybe from the LCQ, just for the cheese on certain parts, like point A to point B. Maybe if there's allowed Juno parts. But I think the beam has to be even faster. I think it's still very slow, honestly. But let Blizzard handle all the balance, because other than Juno, it seems like a golden meta to me right now. Maybe a little buff on Hanzo, by the way. Namekuji Brothers versus NyamGaming, game #1. The map is Samoa. Let's get into our final match of the night.
Alrighty, nice introductions in play, and we are going to have a Junker Queen on the fray. It looks like the hovers might be a little bit deceiving because we still have 18 seconds more to go. Docs going on, looking, I think, yeah, NyamGaming, I think that's pretty much what they're going to go with. As the Reaper coming in, I think, it was...
Auga. Waiting for the map.
Oh, wow, okay, that was actually a pretty accurate depiction of Moga's voice line over there. No, it's actually going to be a few switch-ups to the side of NyamGaming's DPS players, and it's going to be Cassidy and Genji.
Yep, massing Cassidy and the double support. Kiriko, Lucio on the back. It is Volcano taking the side, NyamGaming. Moga checking things out at the corner. Scarlet. Usually the Genji player on the team.
Yep.
As we go through.
So this is a very rare occasion, surprisingly enough, that we're actually going to see the Lucio Kiriko mirror, because this is what Korean teams have been playing all the time. But then
Side rotation, Docs instantly dives in NyamGaming. They're controlling the tempo again. And look, Mimosa already up to 60%. Well, that's mostly for the support, but that's Nazesso down with only 18%. So switches over to Sigma. That's early.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. I mean, I get where it's going at because there's gonna be a lot of run. I guess.
Look at this rotation.
NyamGaming is just gonna rush and just jump in your faces. So this is probably gonna be the counter dive rush composition.
I'll go overrun. And off to the side, Scarlet. With that straight strike. Goes in and it's like, look! No way! That was the angle to go Genji with the Genji player. You're supposed to dive in and fall, but he didn't. That's Scarlet.
That's a disgrace for the Genji players. But,
Disciplined Genji.
look, you
We've
gotta
seen
do
him on the screen.
Look, you gotta do what you gotta do to win. Sorry, so I mean,
I can't believe he I'm pretty sure he was shaking his hand for the extra surf strike, but he held it like a good Genji should.
Alright, so I mean, credit to Scarlet over there. Already has that Dragon Maid online. Probably KO is going to have that sound barrier for that counter, but then it's going to be Nyam who is going to have that later counter beat. So,
Rush and a
wait
bit
a
of
second.
a
This might be
stop.
actually a bloodbath with a lot of ultimates in play. So this is going to be the continuer starting things up. Why not very low?
Let's see some sound barriers coming down. There's a flip.
All right. Oh, wait a second. That Ajax. Oh my goodness. Scarlet, it's good.
7%? That's like the lowest percentage I've ever seen in the flip.
Oh, yeah, that was a team kill. And although NyamGaming did use a lot of ultimates, and there will probably be no sound barrier to answer the gravitic flux from the Sigma over there. Still, I mean, NyamGaming should feel pretty good. They have 93% at anything. If anything, they can
Daisy, Deadeye, angle from the top, and the cage. Wrong.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, my goodness. I thought that...
Oh, what?
I
The
thought
pulse?
that kill feed was from Daisy, and no, actually it wasn't. Peace actually doing a really good job. I mean, Wolf, you were right all along. Peace is the DPS player to look out for, but
Cage,
anyways.
what a turn. That pulse for the double. Dox ended up getting a triple on his own because of the cage, and no one else was shooting at him. But still, better trade for Namekuji brothers. Actually getting a flip this time. They're in back control. Sigma on the point when you're already there can do so much. Oh,
wait a second. Why not just
Kiriko still does Kiriko things.
Yep, and also it's going to be Scarlet on the bar that we've been talking about all day. That has been the topic of the day. And with Euclid down, not a lot of measures to counter this aerial threat. And remember, at this flip, this is going to be overtime, and it's with Beast down. This is not gonna. Yeah, there's no one to touch. And NyamGaming, although they did kind of have a little bit of a hiccup with that cage fight and the good pulse from Peace. However, it looked like NyamGaming, they knew exactly what their win conditions were, and they probably executed. You can't always do it perfectly, but the important thing is that even if a certain fight doesn't go to plan, you can compromise, and that's what NyamGaming did. So credit to them for taking Volcano. Same composition for Beach. NyamGaming, I think they just identified that, hey, Namekuji brothers can't answer the Pharah. Maybe we'll have our own taste of the Pharah. Wow, fan predictions are very one-sided over here.
Yes, that's quite one-sided, single digit. And a quick switch. Genji again. Scarlet.
I think this is pretty sound because you usually do expect some sort of hit scan on the hit, or usually either the Cassidy or the Ashe. So maybe just having a blind Pharah when the doors open is not the best idea in the world. So you start with the Genji, see how it goes, maybe use a blade or two, and then if need be, you can always change to the Pharah like you did on Volcano. And Daisy takes first kill on Eugene's.
Yeah, that's Dox displacing him and finishing him off the side. Daisy was in the perfect place. Eugene had nowhere else to go. And that's Sasso finding himself to the ground, and NyamGaming will have the first cap again. Let's see if Namekuji brothers can handle this. But Batiste, even with that immortality field, has been saving the team as much because they were just stoked upon with the Maga overrun, the Swift Strike, and Daisy just doing a distance battle.
I guess the really important point for Namekuji brothers is that they're a relatively passive composition. They don't have anyone except for the Lucio that can actually initiate a fight, whereas NyamGaming, they're just like, they can
There's a flip.
Ooh, okay.
How did that happen? I guess not Nyam. They were having some
I think everyone just focused on how to get inside the other team's backline, and then just Namekuji brothers just outmaneuvered them, kind of outsmarted them on the maneuver over there. And yeah, team kill. So I was talking about the composition here. NyamGaming, everyone goes in except for the Cassidy, right? Even the Cassidy, if he wants to, just can roll forward and get into enemy lines. Namekuji brothers, they're a little bit different. They want to take things a little bit slower. They want the enemy to come to us and use all their cooldowns, because NyamGaming, after they use their cooldowns, they don't really have a lot of burst damage, whereas Namekuji brothers, they can as long as they can outlive their opponents, they can actually win this fight. And Namekuji brothers, they're set to have a good team fight because they have key ultimates coming up.
Yeah, outlive, you say. First Flux, the Zessel, the Pulse. He's taken down. Daisy with the headshot. Scarlet with the strip strikes in. 10% away. Almost. Still no sound barrier. Dox was so low. Probably about 40 HP or even less. So going to use that sound barrier. Is going to be kept for the next fight. Will come online for exactly the same for KO from Namekuji brothers. Lucio.
Yeah, I think that was good discipline from Mimosa there. Even though if they do lose Dox over there, they still won that fight. And yes, this is going to be very useful for this fight specifically. Now they're just in front of Namekuji brothers' spawn.
Looking for one more. Now that's a 4K from the Genji.
Yep, why not just took that 5th one away from him? Scarlet's probably never going to forgive Wydot for that.
That's okay. It's a similar ninja family to Kiriko.
Yeah, I mean they're also family friends, so
yeah. So you can let that go.
Yeah, probably just one time. Yeah, you're right. And yeah,
overall in the cage. I see at least 3 trapped in there. Sound barrier.
Sound barrier.
Keep safe for now, but the dead eye. A little bit through the shield, but still safe. Did some damage at least this time.
Yeah, Namekuji brothers, remember, they still have to
off to the side, going for the low
everyone.
HP. It will help so much. That early rotation, extra damage is exactly what they needed on top of the push.
Well, this is, I think, a perfect example of how Namekuji brothers' composition work. NyamGaming is usually, like, we all go in, we all use our cooldowns, and then Scarlet gets resets. If Scarlet can get that resets going, then likely that NyamGaming can win the fight. Namekuji brothers, this time they had KO's sound barrier, so they lived long enough for Namekuji brothers to actually outlive NyamGaming's cooldowns, and without those Scarlet resets, they had enough passive damage for them to win the fight.
I saw Shadow. I saw Red Shadow going around. It must be Scarlet or someone else from the back. That's a Genji. Sigma, what a rock. Stun right there. Genji down, but the Zessel also very low. Even the field not able to keep him alive. Still has to use the Flux, but after the flip, is this all worth it? Going for the one target?
But the good Suzu from Wydot to just save Daisy over there. So that was just a ultimate just traded for a Suzu, which is usually something that you don't want to do. And then there it is. That's NyamGaming winning on Samoa over there. I was saying some good things about Namekuji brothers, about how their composition might actually really work against NyamGaming, because NyamGaming, they were a really kind of pacey composition, but they were very reliant on getting in and getting a kill, getting an elimination as quickly as possible, because if those eliminations don't register and Scarlet doesn't get those dash resets, then Namekuji brothers comp is in a perfect position to actually fight back. But most of the times, good target acquisition and good target practice, target focus, from NyamGaming, so that Scarlet could have gotten those resets. And Namekuji brothers, except for one or two fights, I think, yep, NyamGaming, they just outplayed them.
Gotta give it to Scarlet for trying to have an effort of sneaking in. Some success, some awfully fails because of accretion and some stuns coming out from the side. But that's what exactly Genji should do. Always making sure you're grabbing the attention, making sure Daisy can do free damage with Cassidy. And that was basically NyamGaming. That last Flux was a little too sad. So I almost had but in my heart I had lots of tears drop. But I'm just a dry person. I just can't cry on cast anymore.
Really?
Because there was one big moment and I can't
yes,
do it anymore.
I remember that event that should not be named.
Yes.
Yes.
So no more tears, but in my heart I was crying for the Flux. You're like, oh, God. Please,
yeah,
I want to hit one person. Where are you? Oh, there you are, Cassidy. And then
instant Suzu. Alright,
and then
like,
that was
okay,
the
there you
saddest flux I've ever seen this year. Oh man! And then when you're doing that, usually you're around with the team, but he was alone, and
And
you're
then
going
even the
towards
flip was there.
99.
The flip also was there, so it was like, oh man.
Yeah, so I was having when you were speaking all that, I was just having my moment.
It's okay. You know, that's what. That's
It's
why
okay. Things happen, Azazel. It's okay. Sigma, you are fine. I think. Or other issues.
Never again will see this flip one. Someone maybe. Yeah, but jokes aside, I think Namekuji brothers, it wasn't like conceptually, it wasn't a bad idea to run that composition, especially if you run like a very speedy composition. If you match that speedy composition, it comes all down to mechanics. And I think Namekuji brothers, they know that NyamGaming has, I guess, bigger name tags, right? So they were like, okay, if we're matching the mirror, we're probably not gonna win. So they got a much slower composition that can actually counter attack. Worked a few times, but again, wasn't meant to be. Now, I guess, though, for map select, I think that they should pretty much go to the same concept.
Oh, map select.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
let's
maybe
see.
even I can expect a Circuit Royale, maybe, if you still want to go with the Sigma.
Hey, what happened to Junkertown? Why is no one picking Junkertown? I haven't seen a single Junkertown. Where's Junkertown?
Well,
I don't even know if that's in the map pool anymore because no one picks Junkertown.
Oh, Junkertown is, if I'm not mistaken, in.
I see the graphics, and it's also in the yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, it is in the graphics and it is indeed in the map pool. It's just there are just so many better maps to pick because, for example, if you're Junkertown has a meta of its own, and then
Sigma Ball Widow, yes.
yeah, exactly. So like if you're a team, you practice like a Winston composition or maybe even Lucio Kiriko. That's something that you're probably not going to use for Junkertown. Junkertown, most likely you're going to use double flex supports. If you don't, like maybe if you don't have that in your pocket, like probably not a lot of value in practicing those when you're practicing like another composition with the Winston or the Lucio Kiriko, you're basically practicing for the rest of the map pool. So I guess
okay, it makes sense.
Mhm.
It makes sense, but I'm pretty sure because no one picked it in the seeding matches or LCQ, I think it has somewhat more chance of actually selecting it. I'm actually confident enough to bet like 5 million
channel points.
times 0.00002 points, channel points on that bet. Okay,
Okay.
I think that's 10 points.
All right, Chad, you got
Yeah,
your
quick
10.
math. I said 5 million first, and then I said, "Whoa, that's too much."
Yeah, you don't even have 5 million
I
channel
certainly-
points.
I have about 80K, I think. So
I
I'm
think
good,
I
I'm
have
good to
about,
go.
like,
I didn't
1.3
lose. I
million.
didn't lose too much.
Yeah.
1.3 million.
Yeah. I mean,
You need to spread some of your points.
no, I actually do use them on
Thanks.
Gamba. I am a very professional Gamba player on Twitch.com.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how you got a million. I will never get that high because I keep on losing mine.
Oh, really? It's all right, you know.
I always Menhera in. Okay, it seems like they're playing Anna a little more. Okay, makes sense. NyamGaming. We had some few extra minutes. I was wondering what was happening, but of course, with the player substitution, it will take a couple of minutes. I hope you guys are enjoying the night as we are having.
As we're
one of-
talking about Gamba.
Channel points are very important.
Very true, very true.
It's very important, and especially for Japan, there are some of those days where it's like 1 to 31 in ratio, and then when it's like that, you usually feel safe because you're looking for that 3-0 very likely. One favorite team, and then the other team like. Not the specific team that's playing right now, but ends up winning the first map, and then you already have your Gamba in with a whole lot of point, basically everything that you had,
and
then you start feeling
yeah, you kind of feel that cold trickle, and then
your hands start shaking,
it gets
and
cold.
you can't aim.
Oh.
You certainly cannot play Widow, so and then that's when you pick up Reinhardt and play Mercy.
Oh no.
Kings Row? What's happening today with the map prediction?
I mean, I am very mistaken right now. Of course, I am not the coaches, but I think this also kind of makes sense because maybe if they find comfort in the Winston competition, they can run. It also kind of makes sense with how Minhara is in. If they want the Ana, maybe a Doomfist or the Winston might be in play. I don't know how what it implies for Nyam, but I think Nyam should be in a pretty good position as well because Docs, you can play the ball or the Diva on this map as well. So, actually trying to match the Winston, which is going to be interesting. And Scarlet on the Pharah. I still have a feeling that NyamGaming just figured out somehow during Samoa that, like, guys, these guys can't counter Pharah. And
Stop roping! End your turn! Jappy Wizard or Snappy was Jumpy Wizard?
Wizard? I have
You
no
got
idea.
7 friends? You're lucky.
Oh man, and also I like the Lissarfum skin. By the way, guys, the Lissarfum skin is on shop right now. So if you haven't got those on the shop yet, go get them.
The new skin, the Anubis and the skins for the season, amazing.
Yeah.
I've been grinding a little more for the skins too.
All right, guys. I mean, of course, viewership incentives are good, but you gotta go, not touch
Get the
some
passes. Oh,
grass.
New Jay, take it now, Daisy.
Oh, as we were talking about skins, yeah. just
Jackpots
like-
today. Good headshots. Continuing from Samoa. That will delay the attack a little bit as Nujay comes back from the spawn.
Yeah, so Nujay taking down was really, I guess, crucial for NyamGaming because if Nujay's down, there's basically no answer to the Pharah that NyamGaming has been just kind of like posing questions for Namekuji brothers. So now that Nujay is back in the fray, they do push a little in, which means that NyamGaming concedes a little bit of ground, but not to a very concerning amount. Very low profile affair so far.
Going on top.
Yep.
Here's Docs. Taking Nujay out. Euclid also gone. Going back
Docs
to
made it look like it was so easy. He just casually jumps in there and just zaps 2 people out of existence.
Yeah, just going for that back link. As the rotation was coming in from Namekuji, getting half a tick. That will soon go down without a member. And there was a late death, I believe, from Menhera. Just coming back from the spawn. They again contested a little bit. There's a tracer piece that we always talked about around the statue. Need some more time for the entire team to join. There we go. All members on board for Namekuji. They will continue Nano in.
All right, the early Nano advantage
from the
for
window
Why Not will be
side.
having Nano too. He's gonna use it to save Daisy, but cannot save himself.
But not a bad call. But what they can do more with the Nano onto the side is Zessel actually picking the right target.
And Zessel doing a great job with juggling through opponents here, and well, on the other side, oh wait a second, Dox is doing this, trying to do the same as well with Euclid down. So
1.5 tick already, and will come for the contest because the respawns are coming.
definitely 3 contestants to be there. The good dodge on that pulse bomb.
Ooh, on the wall, Minera.
This
Stop,
might
good
be
find.
point A.
It will jump back, which means that Winston's not coming back after a few seconds. Dynamite in the choke point, but still. The payload's coming out, so that's at least 1 for Namekuji brothers. Certainly looks a lot better with just Cecil going all the way in. Euclid ready with the rally soon enough.
Yeah, Mimosa has rally of his own. Oh, wait a second. He needs to be alive first, but yes, he will be alive. Scarlet also does have the barrage, so probably looking for a good flank angle of some sort, or maybe even just trying to force it on the archway. It doesn't look like NyamGaming is well positioned to contest the archway over there, so it's probably going to be the bookstore corner that is probably going to be the point of contest. So this fight might define, if this just fight goes a single hand, like I guess very single way in favor of Namekuji brothers, that might be point B for free, but NyamGaming, they know this as well, they're just not giving this corner for free.
Dynamite, Winston. And the barrage, what a sleep coming from Nehera. That put down Farah, that was with the nano. And NyamGaming just lost all the power to defend. There was supposed to be one trick. to take down the Winston or the backline units. Namekuji still 5 men strong. That's what a Sleep Dart does. I told you, Minhera is a really good Ana.
He's good. He's a very good Ana indeed, and a very impressive showing from the Ana player over there. NyamGaming though will maybe have a chance of a recontest, but okay, never mind. I was about to say that if Dox just jumps in, he might have enough time to get that Primal Rage, and then use Primal Rage to probably force and Cecil to use his Primal Rage. So maybe there was value in that, but good Pulse Bomb from Peace. I'm really impressed with Peace's Tracer today.
A lot of pulse kills and good contest. Will again continue into the third point. Let's see, got some time. 3:28's on the clock. Namekuji brothers, they have members up and loaded, and Cecil again. The rage will put so much.
Yeah, Namekuji brothers is actually in a really good position right now. Of course, they are a ultimate short, but considering the time bank they have right now, they can, unless that NyamGaming forces Namekuji brothers into doing action.
Put down.
Yeah, they can play.
It's the rage again with the purple. Good pair up. And Namekuji has been dominating with this angry monkey every single time.
This makes me wonder why they haven't played this on Samoa either. Like, I mean, I guess it's less effective in Samoa than Kings Row right now, but still. Yeah, I'm really impressed with how individual members of Namekuji brothers are playing, especially in Kings Row so far. The Nano used for survivability from NyamGaming is definitely not a good sign. They definitely want the Nano to pull the trigger on the aggression.
Yeah, needs a little more. Bought them some time. Namekuji still members up, but the push in the back line has to be controlled. And where members are up, Daisy, Scarlet going around. Peace looking for that pulse. Sticks on the side. And UJ will find few targets. Peace again.
Yeah,
and the game is breaking apart for NyamGaming. What's happening? The defense is just not there. Why that off to the side, but not near the payload? That's a 3 with 2 minutes left on the clock. Namekuji brothers, they have done it in a cool fashion.
This is, I guess, definitely that moment on the pregame that we've been talking about. Namekuji brothers having that magical power of taking a map off some stronger teams. Of course, this map is far from over, and NyamGaming, they still have a win condition if they make the full cap happen and just have a better overtime, I guess, extra round push. But Namekuji brothers, they're looking like a totally different team from what we've seen on Samoa right now. It looks like Namekuji brothers on Samoa, they were like, yes, there are clear win conditions, and there are some times where Namekuji brothers played to that. But but right now on Kings Row, it looks like, hey, we know what you are going to do, NyamGaming, and we're going to stop you from doing it before you actually even do it.
NyamGaming has to push. You actually have some better solutions against Cecil's Winston.
There are a lot of, I guess, short-term solutions, right? For example, I mean, I wouldn't recommend changing Dox into the Malgo or any sort of that because there's no verticality whatsoever, and verticality is really, really important in Kings Row. Maybe the Reaper might be a solution. It's not impenetrable, or you can just you can coordinate a dive so that, yeah, the Pharah is also a good option. As long as Daisy can take care of Eugene's, then once again, Scarlet will be free in the air to do whatever he wants, and there's going to be no answer to that.
Taking ills. Diving well. No casualties yet. More rotations around the golden statue. Peace will be the first to go. Dox on target, but it's a tracer, so always can come back quick enough. D going for the tick. He's changing into Echo.
Still not losing.
Yeah, a bit of an isolation on the back target. But if no one's on point, that Winston.
I mean, Dox can. Oh no, never mind. And Cecil can probably contest after 2 ticks, so not in the biggest rush in the world. But Peace being taken down by Dox.
That's huge.
Yeah, that was a good anti-nade.
Yeah, look, the Cecil was here. expecting Peace to join in for the fight, but that's the tempo broken off, and that's the end of this first song.
Yep.
1 point. Oh, hold up.
You gotta finish the point, guys.
And Remote's like, no! I want to get the kill.
I mean,
Or
kill-
else I don't really have a chance anymore.
Well, I mean, kill credits are really important, so I respect that. But credit to NyamGaming. I think they made a really big crack in the defenses of Namekuji Brothers by taking down Peace Tracer really early on. Because, like you said, G-Clef, Encessel was probably just looking forward for that second tick to happen and then come together with Peace. But now Peace is on the Echo, which is, on theory, an answer to the Pharah, and the Pharah fell. So maybe Namekuji Brothers working out the theoretical book here and profiting from that.
Quick nano. Just look again. And oh, what a sleep. It's time from Y Dot. Nicely done. Scarlet does have the nano up. Will take out Peace. And the anti on the monkey forces him all the way back. Rage done. Doc still having his own. NyamGaming 3 ultimates ready to go. Still on a push as his payload is going towards the corner now. Pushed all the way far. Docs might just keep them at bay if Rage required. Just pushing it.
Yeah,
There's a
but
payload slowly
huge
coming.
ultimate disadvantage for
There
the
we
side of
go.
Namekuji Brother. There is that Primal Rage trying to push everyone away from the way of the cart.
Yeah, taking care of the bot first. Take your damage since you have an extra HP to do so. And maybe think about the barrage after purpled away. Anti. Oh, again, really good. Great selection. Scarlet roped around the corner. Got that barrage off and didn't die. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, it was a little bit expensive for the side of NyamGaming. I think they just used all their ultimates, all 5 of them exact, I think.
Yeah, but 446. That's
excuse
a
me,
really
4.
good time bank.
Yeah, but exactly. So even if, and also it's not that even Namekuji Brothers have a lot of ultimates anyways. So it's just going to be the duplicate and maybe the Nano as well. Nano actually Whiteout is going to be ahead of, so NyamGaming should not be particularly concerned about the current setup right now. And hey, if you can 100% guarantee a second point on King's Row, I would take that trade for 4 ultimates, and there is that nano. This is going to be important if NyamGaming can actually make a kill of 2 out of the early Winston nano, or maybe even the DPS nano.
A quick
DPS
jump
could be a
into the
good
Cecil.
nano target here.
Nano into Scarlet. Again, the Pharah receiving that nano. Cecil after the nano. Rage available, and that's going to be the hit as we have Scarlet down from the sky. Peace, extra Pharah.
Well,
But they burnt everything duplicate and the nanos to stop this defense. Will gain them about a minute from 446 down to 346.
well, the thing I'm concerned about for Namekuji Brothers right now is that NyamGaming will be having very strong ultimates up very soon. They literally just have the barrage, and the rally is also there. Primal Rage is going to be online very soon. Wait a minute, that is
Good
a
anti.
huge nade. I think Minhara just bought Namekuji Brothers like 20 or 30 seconds.
Yeah, those on Scarlet and many more members around Scarlet. That's the power of Anna. One Bionade and a crucial target. Either it's just one target or many. Of course, many more the better. Stops the entire attack or just secures the victory for the team battle.
It's also a very small thing. Oh, nice sleep dart over there. And it's also a very small thing, but it just gives Euclid enough time to kind of catch up with the rally, but it's probably not going to matter as much as the damage is already done. There will be members to
Bop
contest.
out just in case. Nano.
Yeah,
Barrage on top.
Bob probably just there.
There's a barrage.
Oh, yeah. That's...
I've got the right door, guys. And salute. Cecil with the nano.
Winston is going to be there, but how long can he stay alive and keep
That's
himself
good.
alive?
That's some good
Oh,
time
wait,
back. Hold
actually,
on. Yeah, even
this
has the
is-
range.
Oh,
Oh, an actual C9. A Winton C9.
He drifted away from the... Okay, so
Angry monkey. Sometimes you can't contain him.
to be fair, he had to push everyone off the card. He was a little bit eager, so... And he knew that... He knew first frame after that he strayed away that, oh, I need to go back. I went a little bit too far. And he looked back, but it was too late.
you're primal raged, enemy wall behind their back, and you're just tossing them around like toys. That's like a red flag to a bull. You just go straight.
Look, you're excited, and sometimes when you're excited, you kind of forget the important things. Remember, like back in like our school days when we had Little League baseball, and then we were like, "Oh my God, I'm going out. Today's a Saturday. I'm going to Little League," and then I forget my homework. That's kind of like the things that you neglect. Oh wait, did you never forget homework?
No, I never played baseball.
Okay, never mind.
I was always gaming. So I played baseball on PC or mobile. So there was a big link missing between you and I on that story, but still, we're friends.
We are.
We're great partners in crime, certainly. So we will have the extra. You don't really have this often. 3-3 already.
Yep, extra innings from Kings Row. Not a lot of time separating these two teams, so it's basically almost on equal ground. I don't think...
Yeah, it was off by 19 seconds. So Namekuji started with 2 minutes, I believe.
So, currently, I don't think maybe one ultimate fight will be...
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes, so probably Nano's going to be guaranteed for both teams. Maybe a DPS.
Hold up still. Still time for extra fight, even though New Jeans just went down. Don't want to lose that Winston. Piece falling back on the other side. Few rotations might be needed. Just against the high ground. But you don't really have that much time to build up the high ground attack. So the Cecil just jumping.
That was
side
a smart
platform.
drop from Cecil here because he knew that Daisy doesn't have the coach when he needs.
Minute gone.
So he needs to back down. Oh,
He's actually rotated around to the top. Found Scarlet just chilling. That's a big opening. 2 down, and without them, I think.
Wait a second. Why not take some Hera? So this is. Oh, that was. Okay, I was about to say that if why
Wait!
not.
The supports just had 3 kills.
Yeah, I was about to say that if Y-Dot lived long enough to get that Nano, and probably Nano's either the Winston or the Brig over there, things might have been a little bit different. I think the secondary contest should be there. There it is. The contest is going to be there. It is going to be 15 seconds left. This is going to be the fight of the Nanos here. Both Anos have the Nano. The primary target for the Nano is going to be on Ancestral. Dogs, though, taking down Manera, so...
Yeah, good cover from NyamGaming here. As the back line of Namekuji fallen. And that will be it. I believe that was just a tick and a half. As we see 55%. Without those support kills in the cafe, I think it's supposed to be at least more than 2 ticks. At least 2 ticks or more.
Yeah, and
good cover
I really
back.
want to credit the support line of NyamGaming over there because although Y-Dot did fall over there, in the end, he lived long enough for aggro to be on him, and then that meant that Mimosa lived long enough for the rally to be there, which Namekuji brothers did not have. Namekuji brothers, Euclid, if I'm not mistaken, Euclid was eliminated before that rally was alive, and because Y-Dot took so long to take down, the contest was there, so not a lot of progress was made, which also gave Docs room for another contest.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're looking back at the 3-minute delay right now. We're looking at chat from 3 minutes ago, and
That's the Winston moment.
yeah, you saw that C9.
Angry Monkey. Monkey turns around the games, as we can see from Docs and also Nazesso. Very strong. But the cover-ups on the back line, very important. Let's see if we see anything else. Coming from Scarlet. Okay, back on Farah. 2-12.
Oh, Daisy trying to threaten New Jeans over there.
Yeah, Daisy has been winner. Has been the winner on this Ash versus Ash fight. Cecil.
Yeah, I think unless there's 2 ways to end this game, I guess maybe 3, but so NyamGaming gets a pick, just goes and gets a free tick, and then does that again, or both teams get the Nano and see how that fight goes. Oh, Manhera. Yeah, so this is scenario 1. You get a pick, then the entirety of Namekuji Brothers just has to fall back. And Cecil, if you actually fall with him, that might be game. And Cecil being, I guess, okay, safe enough for them to heal up. So the recontest will be there. There it is.
Attack in. Daisy already up on high ground in prime position.
Now it's going to be Y-Dot coming early with the nano. NyamGaming can finish that nano charge up and apply it to it.
That's a second.
Wait! Ooh. Sorry.
Big touch. But the contest should be over as soon as Nzesso goes down. That should be it. No one else there. NyamGaming ends up taking it with a lot more time. Well, they had 19 more seconds, but their attack was just a lot more solid for that, I believe. 55% was it?
Yeah, 55.2 if I'm not mistaken. I think it's not necessarily a C9 for that particular moment, but
yeah, it was forced off by the attack.
Yeah.
Just couldn't go in. He was dead, and the other, I think it was Anna. Anna has no other mobility, so.
So I mean, that's not necessarily C9, but I think that Namekuji Brothers could have done that a lot better. If they fought on the point, then at least during the fight, progress doesn't stack, right? I think the moment that they lost Menhera, they backed off. But remember, they only have like 1 tick and a half. So usually when you do the retake, you give away 2 ticks and then you go for the retake. You don't have that luxury because you only have 1.5 tick. That means if you do the math, then you only can give like 0.75 ticks, and then you have to do the recontest. But if you're gonna do that, just don't back off and just fight to the death on the point, because that's going to stop progress, that's going to stall progress, and if you get lucky, you might actually get a pick of your own, and that's how you usually would make that miracle run happen. But
it's tough.
Yeah, it is tough.
Extra time when you go for the 4-point or more. It's sometimes you just have to cheese it out sometimes. 1 kill turns everything. It's with that much time back, you feel the pressure. So sometimes you make a mistake, overstep a little bit, and then that's that when you don't even have 2 minutes on the clock. So that's that, literally. And NyamGaming just running away with 2-0. But Namekuji Brothers, certainly, especially Nzesso, doing a great job of Winston. But maybe as we go through, they will force us into more Winston map because he's having one of the better days, but we'll take a short break when we come back. Map number 3, selected by Namekuji Brothers. Welcome back, everyone. Japan, last match of the night. As we are flying by, a little bit more contest from Namekuji brothers as they forced us into 3-3. Their own map pick. Their attack seems to be very fine, but the defense. Also, NyamGaming has been having some weaker defense compared to their offensive attacks, as we have seen from Samoa. Also, Kings Row. Both teams really attacking, aggressive moments coming out a lot more. And in terms of defense, not as much because their best defense is offense sometimes. But if there's too much offense, less defense.
Yeah, I mean,
That makes sense.
it does, but in a sense that I think Namekuji brothers tried the defensive setup in Samoa when they played the Sigma composition. Remember, they were countering against the dash reset composition from NyamGaming. Didn't really work out, so I guess Namekuji brothers were like, okay, scrap defense, we're just going to jump in straight out their faces like they are doing with us. So it did work to a certain degree. NyamGaming still using that Pharah. I don't think that Namekuji brothers, yes, sometimes they are punishing the Pharah, but it does not seem like Namekuji brothers, like, they're comfortable with going against the Pharah so far. And this is another kind of question. I would question this pick a little bit because remember, this is Namekuji brothers pick. Circuit Royale, like, what does Namekuji brothers want to achieve? Because you right now in Kings Row, you just showed that Encessel actually is a very good Winston player, and that you're not doing a terribly good job of shutting down the Pharah. So Circuit Royale, Winston, I mean, Crazy Raccoon did it, but that's, to be honest, that's, I might even be bold as to say that's a Crazy Raccoon special. So probably a Sigma. Sigma we also saw from Encessel from Samoa, but it didn't work out that well. And also, you have to deal with NyamGaming's Pharah. Like, what's going to be the answer? Like, why would you put in yourself into this kind of situation? Maybe they have something special.
It's the hog. It has to be the hog. You can hook anyone, even
the Pharah.
Even the target in the air, not unless it's super far away. You can also do damage. You can also heal yourself. There's so much this one tank can do. And why is no one playing? Well, I think we know a lot of answers why not. And you're saying Winston on this map? Oh, always possible. Well, that goes the same for any other tanks.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's not that Winston's not playable. There are just so many better options on this map. That's just going to be the question. I mean, of course, the Doomfist is good. I mean, I wouldn't be as good to say good. The Zarya, well, I mean, you technically can play it, but like, if he hears that someone that plays that, I was like, why? You have so many other good things to do. Let's see if Namekuji brothers actually do have something in their sleeves to surprise NyamGaming, but it's actually gonna be the lobby surprising us with the pause. So I'm sorry Namekuji brothers. Like, I'm sorry I ever doubted you guys. I'll be behaving. So please, no pauses.
Pause. So we don't actually have the channel points going for any teams today. So let's just on this map, guys. I want to see in chat who do you think's gonna win. And actually, no, scratch that. Do you think Necessel will play Sigma or not? Yes or no? That simple.
All right.
And how many points are you willing to put it down? I will check in 3 minutes. I'll check in 3 minutes. I can't check live, guys, from the past.
Yes.
Save me. I'm living in the future.
Yeah, souls,
We're in the
drifting souls from the
Parallel
past,
world.
as
Parallel
G Club has said.
Yes, parallel time world that we can't be on the same spot. So, okay, we do have a slight network issue. So, going back in time, we're creating the lobby, joining players back in, and then we get in, and then we will get a fresh start with the network resolved. So, we do have some issues, but it's not a good thing that I'm saying this, but it's not the first time. So, it should be, everyone should be used to it, so it's okay.
Yep.
which is not a good thing, but still. But on your first day, I know you had one of the longest Japan broadcasts, I believe, about
that
7
was,
hours and.
Yeah, that was 7 hours and 40 something minutes. I checked that YouTube stream for the replay. I went home at like 3
Man, you're a
a.m.
superstar after that.
Yeah, and oh no, it's actually my hedgehog that was the superstar. Remember,
You're a meteor now.
I sold his fame to everyone on the Overwatch world.
You're not unknown anymore. It's time to change. Oh, we're done for the day, guys. No. Nope.
Unexpected server crash. We have to close down. Stop the count. They say.
No way. We still have to go for this final map push. Potential final map for NyamGaming, as it is match point for them. Namekuji brothers, it's their map selection, and we've been saying Reinhardt, but it's still tagged, so won't have high hopes yet.
Oh god. Like, I have a feeling that these teams kind of like in scrims, when they scrimmed each other like before, they might have had a gentleman's agreement about doing these kind of compositions. Like, there is no way in the world that I'm going to see a Ramatra versus
It's a Sigma ban, okay? That's why they're playing different tanks.
Oh man, like, look.
Cecil?
We've been talking about
Reinhardt?
actual
Yes!
Reinhardt.
We're making jokes, but we actually have Reinhardt.
Oh my
I
god.
told you, we just
So
need
we're having the hammer versus the fist.
Yeah, we just need a hog now. Cecil, teleport, Reinhardt. We've seen this before, couple of times. It's not the first time that we're seeing this year.
So this is basically a London Spitfire special with the name of the game going to be TP unexpectedly, close the gap really quickly, use the Mei wall to isolate any sort of targets, and then just bully that single target or maybe two and get a numbers advantage for that. I guess the best way to counter that is not get cut out and have mobile heroes, or just kill everyone on site.
Look at this, NyamGaming. Even though that was some clumped up fight, NyamGaming somehow managed to just surround them, because the biggest thing I think here is Lucio. They've got the speed.
Well, look, yeah, look. There's no
And
more
back to
Lucio
Sigma.
and Namekuji brothers. They're back to Sigma. They were like, oh, this didn't work out. It was cheese and just didn't work out. NyamGaming, of course, it's way too far away from spawn from them to do that. And they also, why not? They almost have the Annihilation already. So just go on with this. If they end up having to lose because after using an ult or two, then they can go back and change.
Oh, so it was first Reinhardt, so everyone lost their points. But it's a fake one from G-Clef, so you're all good to go.
Yeah, I almost lost my 1.3 million points on that one. I did not see a Ramatra versus Reinhardt matchup coming in, but I just, as Dox is going to use the Annihilation to great effect.
I think that was required. That was quickly pressed by Dox. Oh, hold up. As Cecil still here around the payload. Genji.
Not a chance.
Yeah, Genji actually getting extra shurikens after, what was it, 3 patches ago? How many patches ago? A couple months ago now.
Yeah, a couple months
It's
ago.
actually a big buff.
It is.
After seeing all this.
Yeah, it is actually. So, especially because you can have another throw at it, right? So this means extra damage before the reload delay, which is pretty big for a cooldown-based assassin like Genji. And now, Namekuji Brothers, I was about to say that Namekuji Brothers is already in a very tough spot because NyamGaming already in a ult economy advantage.
Daisy. Mimosa still got sound. Not needed. Of course, only the rush.
Yeah, so this is going to make
more
things
than enough.
even harder. Remember,
Lucio.
that Lucio sound barrier is going to be very, very useful when countering Cecil's excuse me, I was about to say Graviton Surge, but it's actually the Gravitic Flux. So, I don't see a way that Namekuji Brothers, unless it's a headshot kill for a pick from New Jeans, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, less than 40 seconds. Namekuji, they have to go for the corner. 3 ultimates. Locked in. 4-2, there's the blade with the sound barrier. Scarlet Got the Cecil.
Also,
No Flux.
the
And
Flux.
the Captive Dawn Sun might also be cancelled. I don't think that was shot.
Yeah, I think it was
Might
just
have heard the
Mimosa.
sound. Yeah, might have heard the sound just as a panic. Wait, why are they
Yeah.
fighting here?
Because they have nothing else to do, I guess.
They're a little too far away from payload. 7 seconds. Continue one hit. Euclid. Back on Lucio.
Oh, and Cecil just has to run.
Overrun into payload. That's a touch. Mauga.
Yeah, at least it's a Mauga. He can stay
UJ
alive for a
needs a
little
kill,
while.
but he gets killed instead. Why not? The long distance headshot from Kiriko.
And then it's gonna be the annihilation on the point, which is gonna be so effective once you're having to hold, and overtime is bleeding out, and so
Venture,
are the rest of
drills.
the members of Namekuji brothers. And unfortunately, they even failed to get through that second corner over there. So this is not gonna be a difficult win condition for NyamGaming over here.
The good lesson learned.
Look, there's a reason. Look, if Hadi's even not using the Reinhardt, then Reinhardt's in a pretty bad spot.
No, I was saying good lesson learned when you're how much points to bet when you're betting on something that Namekuji brothers would do or would not do. That was the lesson.
Look, I have a lot of wealth of channel points. I can afford to give a few thousand away.
Thanks. I was the first one to say thanks, so it's mine. Okay. Wait, can you actually give channel points to another person? I don't think so, right?
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter. Even if you have 5 points, 5 gazillion points, we all love you. And switching sides, let's get serious because NyamGaming, they're about to finish the match if they go all the way. That was only 75 meters, 75.43. So that's not much. I think that's still around the first corner, just halfway.
Yeah, so if you just count the parking lot, the corner outside the parking lot or corner, so it's like technically the second corner, but yes, it's like effectively the first corner.
And you can get there after a single teamfight win if you manage to do it quickly enough. Here's Daisy.
Exactly, and NyamGaming is going with the Ramatra once again. They think that this composition is indeed going to work, and Daisy looking for that headshot kill on Scarlet, ever so threatening with that Genji pick. This Genji pick has been working
Almost
loads
looked away.
today.
Got the pylon down on Menhera. Got defensive Ilari with the Echo, who has to be careful. Scarlet bought some space by shift striking in early. Deflect. Actually done. Didn't get to be the selected target. Damage taken on Daisy. Must have taken a shot from New Jay.
Looking for the perfect shot. Just
Payload's already nearby. One team fight will end things for NyamGaming.
Oh, the
Stunned.
Immortality field there very
Scarlet's
early.
on the side.
Yeah, Scarlet had a good angle, but unfortunately
dogs.
is going to be victim for peace there. Menhera taking down Mimosa is going to be really, really important, so this means that NyamGaming, they have to back off a little bit. Or do they elect not to?
Ram.
Ram actually trying to just stay on to have that contest on and forcing Cecil to be in the front lines.
One more kill from Daisy. Will end a lot of things. There's the push.
This
Shift strikes
is-
in with the deflect. Oh, got the push in! No one touching it! The Cecil falls anyhow.
Well, I mean,
Doesn't matter. The game's done.
yeah, so this is not, again, this is going to be chat 3 minutes later, don't type C9 because this is probably
NG.
not a C9 over there. Probably it's everyone just panic retreating from the Ramatra annihilation because they probably did not see that coming because it was a really early annihilation because annihilation is not an ultimate that is cheap in terms of ultimate points. But then, like, the thing is, everyone on the side of Namekuji brothers is like, oh, if I die, if one member dies, this is the end. I need to live. And then everyone just backs out and just, yeah, that's just, I guess, good play from the side of Docs to just flush everyone out and get that much needed space for the cart to go.
Yeah, it's just keeping the advantage that the winning team had. Just forcing them to be back. Or else they literally just had to fight on the payload, which is not the best position because first of all, when they pushed the payload, they only got so far. From the defending side, of course, the back line has to be somewhat far away behind the wall or even up at the top to get that angle from the Widow. So knowing that, yeah, NyamGaming just said, okay, we'll just go all in. We have still, I think they still had about 3 minutes, maybe even more than that. So worth a try. Let's just go for it. And then no one's on the payload. Okay, game's over. GG. That's what that simple summary of what happened in that second half. So NyamGaming 3-0, so which leaves us with, let's quickly do the math. NyamGaming back on third place with that 3-0.
Exactly. So this is...
I think I'm right this time.
I think you are as well.
I'll bet 20 channel points. That's double the first, I think.
I'll double that and top it with 40. So we're playing the Gamba here, huh? But anyways, you know, you are definitely, I believe that you are right on the map here. I do want to, I don't know who the player of the match is going to be, but I do...
Player of the match.
Oh, there we go. My guess is Scarlet. No, it's not. Okay. Look,
Doksu is the player of the match of how you read in Japanese.
Yep. Well, Docs did a really good job for playing the Winston, and also the Ram was a little bit more, I guess, impressive for me in a sense that you actually make that ramp work, because that's not a conventional pick that you would play on Circuit Royale. But the entirety of the match, I think that, I mean, and Cecil also did a very good job of the tank role as well, but I think Docs just played the unsung hero role really well, so that the rest of the teammates from NyamGaming could do what they do best. And this is, I believe you're correct, in the top 4 teams, this is Docs' second Player of the Match award. I still want to give a special shout out to Scarlet, because I've been seeing this player ever since Contenders, right? This player has been with Zero, this also have been with FM First Movement as well. He was a good Genji and Echo player as well. And I think even compared to that, he just leveled up a little bit, and who knows? If he can keep this up, maybe he'll be able to play in the Korea region. And looking at NyamGaming right now, look, they are currently at 3rd. If they do well in the playoffs, they can make it to OWCS Asia, actually come, well, I mean, not come to Korea because he's probably already in Korea, play with the really stronger, I guess, big boys in OWCS Asia, level up once again, and who knows, maybe he can make himself a name for himself and get a top team. That's what Karu did. Remember, Karu was a flex support for Insomnia in OWCS Japan last stage, and then look how he ended up. He's in Poker Face right now, although he comes and goes because of the tactical decisions, and it is a big roster there at Poker Face. But look, he is a top 4 Korea roster.
Yeah, Korean teams, certainly very strong. Still, the best team, the best region in the world, with the best team, of course, Crazy Raccoon. And also, yeah, Zera's still very, very strong. And the Falcons, those top 3, likely to go into Asia. And because Korea, top 3, Japan, top 2, Pacific, top 2,
and then
go straight into Asia. And that's 7. So 1 wild card. And wild card, I believe, is 4th, Korea 4th, Japan 3rd, Pacific 3rd. And only one of the teams out of the 3 will go through the wild card, and then I think it was Korea 4th last season.
Yeah, it was Yeti. That's now Fnatic that went to the OWCS Asia through wild card. Of course, whoever the 4th seed from Korea is going to be will be heavily favored on the wild card race, but still, we've seen hope, because remember that Bleed Esports, who used to be DAF, took FTG, now Zeta Division, which is 2nd place in Korea right now.
Two full maps. And from the deciders, that's actually when Crazy Raccoon really started to pop off and get some maps, get some really big maps win. That's also when Falcons started to lose some maps after all the great matches of this entire season. So things might change, and big change, of course, going into the weekend will be Juno. And other than that, not much. Are we having, because I remember last season, was it in the middle or towards the end or right before the playoff? I think we had a little shuffle on the map pool.
Oh, that's some dark history you're trying to unveil here.
Not the dark history.
No, it's
I
actually
I like
the
the
dark
history.
history because that was during the week. There was the big patch, and after there was a big patch,
Yeah, I remember some new maps and
yeah,
they were
the
taken
maps,
out.
the
Yes.
the map pool was changed accordingly to the
new.
patch, and VARREL. It was during the week, and VARREL
Yes.
on Tuesday they played on the previous patch, and on Wednesday they played on the new patch with the new maps.
Yeah, that's what Japan did on last week on day 3, week 2, and not much has changed.
I mean, the
since
map pool
then.
didn't change.
Yeah, map
this
pool didn't
time.
change this time, so we're good. Still, Runasapi seems to be the newest map. Being played a decent amount. I like it. Actually like it. Seeing some Sojourns on that map specifically. Other than that map, not much, by the way.
Well, I mean, I think Sojourn does have a lot of agency compared to before because remember the headshots, just normal left click headshots
Bam.
do charge
lot
the
easier with the
railgun
crits.
a lot more,
Uh-huh.
and so we've been seeing, especially in comp these days as well. I've been seeing a lot of these players, professional players, also try out the Sojourn as well, and especially on professional stage as well. We've seen Crazy Raccoon also trying to toy with it, not just there yet. So if Lip can't make it work, maybe nobody can yet. But with a little bit more micro adjustments, I think Sojourn can be there. It's just a little, it just misses that 1 or 2% of damage or maybe utility needed for it to be a major factor in professional play. But who knows? If there is something like a Zenyatta, a squishy composition like 2 flex supports like Ilyari Zenyatta, then maybe
bit more
good
divey.
good hit scan, maybe confident enough to get out the Sojourn. So a lot of things to look out for. And Juno, unfortunately, I've been playing and hearing stuff about Juno. Not going to make a major impact. I don't think the introduction of Juno is going to make a groundbreaking change in the meta so far. But I think general, at least maybe like the TP, Symmetra TPs that we use early in the map, usually the speed boost
Yes.
may be very, I guess, beneficial. Also, in certain situations, especially as we go into more narrow maps, we might have the value from the Juno ult. So maybe my
the
slim
beam.
expectations to be on the Juno, seeing at least one Juno play on a certain map.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see low counts of Juno over the weekend. Might be very close, even close. 1 or 2, I'm assuming. But because there's some risk. Seeding matches, for the top 4 teams, less risk. But still, you do want to be higher seed going into the actual playoff later on.
Especially
for the bottom
for
LCQ,
top 2.
oh, you can't really take that much risk. So
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
no Juno coming. And I believe for the seeding matches, maybe we'll have that on screen. We'll have the first 4 playing the first 2 matches, and also one of the LCQ matches follows every single day. So it's an example. It'll be like top first and the second team going against each other. Third, fourth going against each other.
Yeah.
And then we'll have one of the LCQ. I think we start with 5th and 6th place, not the 7th and 8th.
Yes.
From what I
Yeah,
from what I remember.
I believe that is also correct.
Mhm.
So I think that's a good mix in a sense that it's kind of like lower stakes, but also kind of like playoff preview matches in the first few series, and then on the final series of the day, we go with like super high tension matches. Like you, like 5th and 6th, you don't go home if you lose, but still you lose a lot of ground because 5th, like even though if you do end up making playoffs after winning whoever's the 7th or 8th team, you get a very big disadvantage from in the first game of playoffs.
Yes, and not even going to the playoff. Of course, after the playoff, we'll have top few coming up from each region, and then into Asia. That'll be in about 3-4 weeks ish. But even before that play-in, I think will be very important, especially since we just had Namekuji brothers, who is set to stay on 7th place, I believe, right above Telomere. Namekuji should come up on top. against Telomere, but after that will be the
Well,
problem.
Telomere has to show up first.
Oh, Telomere, I'm pretty sure they want to play and have that match on play-in, and it won't be a weekday. It will actually be a week. Wait, it will be a weekday anyhow.
Yep.
So anyhow, so Namekuji brothers, I wanted to continue because Nozetsu's Winston looked the best today out of all the matches that I recall. Plus, Peace had some decent moments, but I think he also had like higher highs on the other days. Literally just carrying the team as a Tracer or as the Echo. And also Menhera, just another display of such a great Ana, what you can do. As a support, sometimes one Bionade and the perfect timing when you have the perfect read on the ground or whatever that is, you can actually turn the game, turn the team fight. So that's the impact that Ana can have still onto this day with just one Bionade, one Sleep Dart is all good to go. But both very hard skill shots, and it took me a while to actually understand the angle and how far the trajectory because it's not as fast, and it's also. And you want to throw all the way over there, and then the Winston would go across and get hit by it. So
Yeah, sometimes
nothing goes according to your plan.
Yeah, sometimes you end up hitting your own allies
over there, the
that are
Winston
trying to
just-
dive in rather than the enemy themselves. But yeah, I mean, I definitely agree.
And then the Winston ends up dying, and then the teammate compliments me. I'm like, yeah, that's what I went to do, exactly.
All right, so talking about Namekuji brothers a little bit, I think they do have the pieces necessary to make some upsets happen. Especially, I mean, like you said, I agree that Namekuji brothers should be having a upper hand against Telomere. So that means whoever loses from REVATI, from MFC, just looking at the power levels here, I do think that REVATI does have. I mean, on normal circumstances, I think that REVATI should be able to win over MFC, although it's not going to be easy for them. So if you go against MFC and Namekuji brothers, if you think that as the last playoff, I guess, death match, we might. If Namekuji brothers, they kind of tidy up what compositions that they want to play and what map picks they want to do after they drop a map, I think they actually might have a fighting chance.
We'll see how they go. Happening next week. Round robins, all done, set and done for Korea Pacific. Well, Pacific, no, never mind. My bad on that. And Japan. So no more round robin. We have all the standings, I believe, which is the next screen that we have. And next week we will have that seeding decider. So VARREL still up on top because of head-to-head. Same numbers, head-to-head. VARREL did beat INSOMNIA just today with a 3-2 score, as you have seen. And the NyamGaming, Lazuli, exactly the same. Head-to-head. NyamGaming is up above Lazuli. And down the list, REVATI, MFC, Namekuji, Telomere. Let's see which two teams survive that last chance qualifiers next week.
Yep, it is really their last chance, and being in the playoffs kind of means a lot for them because not only do they get to play for another day, but for the first time, I believe that for the first time in competitive Overwatch history in Japan, they will be having their grand finals on land.
Oh my god.
So
where is it?
In Tokyo.
In Tokyo?
Yeah.
Can I go?
You have to cast, my friend.
Yes.
Anyways,
I would love to go to Tokyo, and if you live in Japan, maybe it's your chance.
Yep, and I think this is going to be a really important moment for not just the players, but in the industry itself as well, because there has, like, in Overwatch, I don't think even back in the Overwatch League era, back in the Contenders era, even in the pre-franchised era, I don't think that there has ever been a major offline LAN match in Japan. So I think this is going to be these teams can be the first teams to make history in front of their home fans, and this is going to be the LCQ bracket. As you can see, REVATI is going against the MFC. Whoever wins this goes straight to the playoffs. Whoever loses that has to go with the winners of Namekuji Brothers versus Telomere.
Yes, next week. Come back, everyone, and watch next week. It'll be exciting. Very, very exciting. Of course, when we talked about the finals, I believe it's September 15th should be the date for the finals
Yes,
in
correct.
either Japan time, Korean time. It's the same.
Yep.
I know you're amazed. Oh, Japan and Korea has the same time zone. Yes, we do. So there's no jet lag in the middle. LCQ matters a lot more. The bottom two teams has one life again. The 5th, 6th, they do have 2 lives, but you never know what's going to happen because Namekuji, as you have seen, the King's Row was very, very close.
It was as close as it can get.
Very aggressive, and if you just let your guards slip a little bit, they will climb over you. So next matchup, this is a seeding decider 1-2. As you can see, VARREL, Lazuli, INSOMNIA, NyamGaming. Very exciting matches all over. All the seeding matches, to be honest, from Korea, Japan. It has to be a banger series. It cannot be bad. I'm expecting, like, nothing should be 3-0. That's what I'm expecting from the seeding decider matches.
Yeah, I definitely think that as well, and I also personally think that VARREL versus Lazuli is going to be also one of those important matches because VARREL is still top of Japan. We've seen that through the group stage, but they look a lot more vulnerable than the previous seasons. It's not like they're
A lot.
Yeah, it's not even that VARREL looks worse than previous seasons. It's that the other teams just caught up really quickly. It's really surprising and also pleasing to see that the other teams are coming up to this level. Maybe because they're scrimming with VARREL. Maybe I don't know if any of these teams are scrimming with Korean teams. But if you just even look at REVATI, for a fact that I know that Fickle, formerly of TDI, who is Korean, is coaching this team and has that coaching system going on for Japan, even with a predominant Japanese roster with maybe 1 or 2 Korean imports. They are still improving at a very scary rate, and
Yes.
this is going to be interesting not just because the stakes aren't that high for the seeding qualifiers, but we actually may see VARREL drop a series or 2. So, and that's going to
It's
make
possible.
things interesting.
So VARREL used to be how strong Crazy Raccoons look like in Japan for the longest time, at least 1.5 years, up to almost 2 years plus, including all the contender days from Japan. And now they're looking like a little more like the end of Stage 1 Falcons. Maybe even Stage 2 beginning Falcons. Not to put Falcons down, they're still very strong, but just comparing the regions of how the power levels got closer and farther apart. Well, that's going to do it for myself, G. Clef here with Unknown. Thanks for kicking in. For the quad
Thank
day
you,
that we
chat.
had, thank you everyone for watching the last day of the round robin. We loved it. A little more 3-0 heavy than we thought, but still very strong. Lots of great talent from Japan this season after the big roster changes, except for VARREL. But still, I think that really closed the gap between the VARREL and the other teams. Exciting matches will come up in the future, so continue to watch Overwatch Esports, and we will be back next week with more Japan seeding matches and LCQ.